Brothers, we are coming in from recess from session 3. This is session 4, and the last session. Have a lot to do, so everybody just strap in your chair and let's go. To start us off this morning, I would like to call on our most honorable chaplain, Dave Lipinski, our brother from Penn State, to give us the invocation and lead us in the creed of Phi Kappa Tau.
At our last session, we did one of the most important duties we have here at this convention. We elected leaders, our president. We continue that this morning, and it's a sacred responsibility each one of us has to pick the man and men who could do the best to lead our fraternity, without regard to what chapter they came from, or region of the country, or their personality. Look into the heart of the man and say, who is the man who could help lead us and lead us to be good Phi Taus and a wonderful fraternity. And then whomever is elected, especially if it's not a person you may have picked, you must support them. If you are going to be a brother of this fraternity, you have to accept all brothers, especially those who have been called to leadership, as your brother, and to support them. We do something else today too. We'll be honoring those brothers who have entered chapter eternal. They are still our brothers, even if we can't see them on the floor of the convention with us today. With that in mind, I would ask you all to stand. And as we go forward, as we do each time, with the creed of Phi Kappa Tau. Phi Kappa Tau.
I have made membership, confer upon me a mark of distinction which I take just pride. I believe in the spirit of brotherhood for which it stands. I shall strive to attain its ideals, by so doing to bring to it honor and credit. I shall be loyal to my college and my chapter, and shall keep strong ties to them that I shall ever retain the spirit of youth. I shall be a good and loyal citizen. I shall try always to discharge the obligation to others by constant manner and fraternity and man. Lord Maxwell, President Emeritus.
At this time, we're going to do a clicker roll call. Everybody check in with the clickers. Logan, do you have that ready? We're queued up. All right. Sasha, do we need to do a full credential report, or do you want to do it this way? Okay. All right. If everybody will check in, please go ahead and start checking in. All right, we have a quorum. Is everybody voted? Is everybody checked in? What are we showing? 96? I can't quite see it. 98? Is everybody voted? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. All right, thank you. Here's a order of proceedings today. Elections, report of committees, minutes from the previous national convention, resolutions, and new business. Chair would entertain a motion to approve. You're up to 19 already, John. Bill Crane has 18. You're at 19.
Chad Warwick, University of Akron, Alpha Phi, so moved.
So moved. We have a second.
John Sanders, at the College Phi, second.
It's been moved and second. The order of proceedings. Any discussion? All those for, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All against? Ayes have it, and we will proceed. So, next, we're going to have the chapter eternal ceremony, really nice ceremony, and David will explain it, but when we call out the chapter, and he'll let you know how many of your members of your chapter have entered the chapter eternal, and then you would come and place what you got here today, ferns, laurels on the table. Dave, do you want to come on up and explain the proceedings?
If the co-chair can join me up here, please. The ceremony is a public ceremony. It can be done at a funeral home, a graveside, during other services. And the service itself, which we will actually do after we've read the roster, is a conversation between two brothers. So as we read the name of chapters, it's the number of people that the national office received notice that they died within the last 2 years. They may have received notice of people who died 10 or 15 years ago, but they just received it. So that number may be different than what some of you may know locally. At the end of our sessions, after we're in recess, we do have the list that we're going to read from, the names, and they'll be available for you to look at after we've gotten all the business done for the day down here, okay? So if you're here from that chapter and I've called your name, please come up and pick a laurel from either of the bowls up here and place it on the table in front of us. There are chapters that I will read their names that there's nobody here to represent it. Charlie Ball from our foundation and our Alpha chapter will place a laurel for that matter there. At the end of it, we'll actually do the ceremony itself. So with that, we'll begin. And when I call the names, I'm not going to wait for the person to come up here. We'll call them within a rhythm. So come up as soon as you can, put your laurel, return to your seat. Alpha, 15. Beta, 11. Gamma, 7. Delta, 3. Epsilon, 4. Zeta, 2. Theta, 10. Iota, 2. Kappa, 7. Lambda, 7. Mu, 7. Nu, 3. Xi, 3. Omicron, 7. Pi, 1. Rho, 14. Sigma, 4. Tau, 2. Upsilon, 17. Phi, 5. Chi, 5. Psi, 6. Alpha, alpha, 2. Alpha, gamma, 9. Alpha, delta, 4. Alpha, epsilon, 3. Alpha, zeta, 2. Alpha, eta, 5. Alpha, theta, 3. Alpha, kappa, 7. Alpha, lambda, 11. Alpha, mu, 1.
Alpha Nu, 2. Alpha Omicron, 1. Alpha Rho, 6. Alpha Sigma, 2. Alpha Tau, 3. Alpha Upsilon 5, Alpha Phi 4, Alpha Chi 8, Alpha Psi 4, Alpha Omega 6, Beta Alpha 10, Beta Beta 23, Beta Gamma 2, Beta Epsilon 10, Beta Zeta 6, Beta Theta 1, Beta Iota 7, Beta Kappa 11, Beta Lambda 7, Beta Mu 1, Beta Xi 3, Beta Omicron 7, Beta Pi 1, Beta Sigma 1, Beta Tau 8, Beta Phi 3, Beta Chi 2, Beta Psi 2, Beta Omega 2, Gamma Alpha 2, Gamma Beta 1, Gamma Gamma 2, Gamma Epsilon 1, Gamma Eta 4, Gamma Theta 1.
Gamma Iota 1, Gamma Lambda 3, Gamma Mu 3, Gamma Z 1, Gamma Omicron 1, Gamma Pi 1, Gamma Rho 4, Gamma Tau 2, Gamma Phi 1, Gamma Psi 4, Delta Beta 1, Delta Delta 2, Delta Eta 1, Delta Theta 1, Delta Kappa 4, Delta Lambda 2, Delta Upsilon 2, Delta Phi 1, Delta Psi 1, Epsilon Gamma 1, Epsilon Lambda 1, Epsilon Mu 1, Epsilon Phi 1, Zeta Gamma 1, Zeta Psi 1. That is a total of 383 brothers who we've received notice of, some as recent as today, who have entered chapter eternal. Hopefully they've been remembered at their individual chapters. I can say from a personal standpoint, there's nothing better you can do to your brother after they've passed on than honor him. It brings comfort to the family, and it renews those bonds of brotherhood that we first learn of when we enter our fraternity and take that oath. And now myself and our co-chair will do the actual ritual, which is done with two brothers speaking, and at the end of it, you would place laurel or a carnation. For the ritual aspect, I ask the brotherhood to please stand out of respect to those who have passed on. We have assembled here to offer the last tribute of love and honor to our brothers who have passed into the great beyond.
The silver cord is loosed, the golden bowl is broken, the pitcher is broken at the fountain, the wheel is broken at the cistern, and the spirit returneth unto God who gave it.
We mourn the breaking of these earthly ties and the loss to companionship. Another link has been severed from the fraternal chain that binds us together.
For we know that if our earthly house of this tabernacle were dissolved, we have a building of God, a house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens.
To the sorrowing friends and relatives, we offer our deepest sympathy in this hour of bereavement and loss.
The God of our fathers, whose name is from everlasting, will be our God forever and ever.
The emblems which have been placed with our brother, by them we are reminded of our fragrance and charm of our brother's life. It is symbolic of our fondest hope that the flower of life shall bloom again in that eternal spring.
I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die.
Amen. Amen. With this, we conclude a memorial service for the brothers of Phi Kappa Tau. May God bless us always. Amen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Just to let you know, I've done 2 of these chapter eternal services at 2 different brothers' funerals, and the families were moved by both. It's in the back of your ritual book. And let me say this about the ritual book. Unfortunately, too many times we just look at this when it's time to do initiation. This is such a beautiful book. It's got so much in it that you can use every day. Also add that when we have done the funeral service at graveside, when the people come in that were Phi Taus, we give them a red carnation boutonniere. And then at the service at graveside, either before or usually after the local pastor does it and the family agrees, we do this service. And after we conclude, each member that is a brother among us and has a red boutonniere files by the casket, places the red carnation on the casket. And I've seen 2 different families very moved by this. So thank you so much. Next, we're going to move into elections for the position of National Vice President. As you will recall, the nominees are, in alphabetical order, Ray Carlos, Jeremy DeMaio, Michael Loomis, and Mark Sherrick. Each candidate will be given 5 minutes, as we agreed upon previously on Monday morning. 7, is it 757? 1075, 7 minutes. And Logan, are you gonna do the counter up here? Countdown? Okay, thank you. Our first speech will be from Michael Loomis. Michael, come on up. Well, it's got here. I did alphabetical, but it's got here. Michael, are you ready? I'm just following the agenda somebody made.
I'll go.
Thank you, Ray.
Good morning, brothers. Hope you're doing well. This funeral procession just got me in a little reflective mode, and I started thinking about my first convention back in New Orleans. I think I feel the same way this morning as I did over there that morning too. I am here to ask for your vote for vice president. Before I do that, though, I want to acknowledge a couple of people One specifically is Dale Holland, our national president, who I wish was here to preside to see this room full of you all. The second is Barry Mask. Barry is a Southern dip-chewing conservative, and I am a left-wing edible-eating tree hugger, but we get along so well. I am disappointed he will not be our national president because of health reasons, but we love you, Barry. I have a very simple message for you all, and that is about engagement, the experience. My job, my career, I'm a Dean of Student Engagement and Wellness at San Bernardino Valley College, overseeing clubs, organizations, associated student government, and student conduct. I live my day working with undergraduates. I know the challenges on your campuses, the struggles, and I know the challenges for those of you who advise them. Things and times are changing, and we have to adapt. I am excited to share with you my North Star, and that is I am a first-generation college student. And I say that because it's an identity that I truly believe in. It's who I am. My ancestors made decisions and made sacrifices and had no idea who I would be, what I would look like, what my name was, but they knew I would show up at one point. That mindset, that reflective mindset needs to happen within our fraternity. That our decisions and sacrifices that we make today will empower those that we don't even know what they would look like and who they will be, but they will be in this room at one point. That's happened to me. Many of the national presidents in this room have served as a mentor to me at one point or another in my Phi Tau career, and just as a brother. And I thank you for that. To the undergrads, to the room, please empower yourselves. Ask questions, get the answers you need. Don't listen to rumors, get the answers direct. And I promise you, your experience will be the best. I do not need the full 7 minutes. I'm excited to serve alongside Brother McCrum if elected, and I ask for your vote. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for jumping up, Ray, and with that, we will proceed alphabetically. Next, Jeremy DeMayo.
Now, the upside of being in Epsilon chapter is you're always in the back of the room and often gives you the opportunity to make fun of the guy on stage. So pretty sure my chapters are doing that. So good morning, my brothers. So I would also be remiss to echo what Ray had said about our future vice presidency, and to start any conversation that starts with you, Barry. I feel like we're doing a roast here, but Barry's been kind of the old gold standard of Phi Tau for the last 2 years. And it's sort of a daunting task to potentially follow in those footsteps. In a recent era where our fraternity has perhaps lacked transparency, often communication with you, our undergrads, has not necessarily been great. Some of our metrics are not where they want us to be yet. I think you've been, again, that shining star. You've always advocated for our undergraduates. You've always pushed recruitment, and you've always been accessible no matter what. So thank you for that so much. And like Ray, I don't have the Southern drawl. I don't own a seersucker suit. I barely drink sweet tea anymore. But we do have a few things in common, I think. And the first is, I think we do share our unnerving, absolute respect for this fraternity and love for this fraternity. That will never change. The second, importantly, is an unwavering commitment to you, our undergraduates. I've never heard an undergrad that didn't like you, but I'm not sure exactly why. And the third is really an unwillingness to accept failure when it comes to the success of our fraternity. And I feel similar to that as well. So thank you, appreciate it. If elected, my goal is to continue that good work that you have done. Brothers, I will be damned if we move backwards at this point. We are too good for that. We will continue to innovate in how we attract and recruit new members to our fraternity. The torch will carry on. And you've been a great advocate of our fraternity, and I'm going to stop talking about you pretty soon. So, I've been thinking a lot last night about President-elect McCrum's speech. I had some thoughts prior to yesterday, and I went back to my room last night, turned on some ridiculousness in the background, and kind of rewrote all my thoughts of the day. That speech was very powerful, and I think we all felt an electricity in the room that I haven't maybe felt in a room of Phi-Tals in a very long time. So I got pretty jazzed up and excited about that. What I really liked is McCrum's speech was really a message of hope. It was a message of strengthening bonds of brotherhood, of moving past any sort of pettiness, a message of serving our undergraduate brethren as we move forward. And that really resonated very, very deeply with me. Brother McCrum spoke of not allowing further incidents of financial mismanagement to happen on his watch. He spoke of protecting the fraternity's legacy, of visiting chapters. So, Mike, if you want to do a road trip, man, I'm all about it. So let's do that. You're going to be very busy no matter what. So if elected, I'm going to be busy as well. With his blessing, if elected, my intention is to focus on recruitment and growth initiatives within Phi-Tal. Together, we will grow, we will thrive, and despite the challenges we have today, despite the challenges that we have moving forward, we will prevail. And building on that again, we will apply those same principles of transparency, accessibility to your national officers and staff, and brotherhood as to how we grow the fraternity. That's not me, that's no one of us, but how we collectively grow this organization. So I do believe I'm the right number 2 guy. I understand how this fraternity works. I know what makes it great. I know where the pitfalls are. I've known many of you in this room for 25 years, and I think you'll affirm that I'm an innovator, which means I'm weird, that I'm passionate about Phi Kappa Tau, and that I always find solutions to complicated questions. As an undergrad, I've had the distinct privilege to be a founding father of a Phi Tau chapter. I've been an IFC president, I've been a VP Rush, I've even been a Greek Man of the Year, because I think I was the only one that year. I'm even a Phi Tau legacy, although I didn't know it at the time. Only 2 members of my family have ever gone to college, my grandfather and myself. And we both joined fraternities. Unknowingly, we joined the same fraternity 57 years apart. So that's always really resonated deeply with me. Like many of you, I've been in chapters, my own chapter, that survived times both good and bad. And I think we often learn more in the difficult times. I am proud to tell you that I founded a chapter that won the Maxwell Award within 2 years of chartering. And I don't think that's ever happened before then, and it hasn't happened since. As an alumnus, I've built BOGs. I've been the chair of Longwood's BOG for 5 years. And our chapter at Longwood is the longest continuously open chapter at Longwood. I know what it takes to keep a chapter open. I also know when it's time to close chapters. I know when it's time to hold a chapter accountable, but I also know when it's time to advocate on behalf of a chapter. And I don't know that we do that enough. We should always be in a good partnership with the university, but there's times we can push back and not be at the whim of an unfriendly campus. I've got some pretty interesting recruiting experience as well. I was professional recruiter at Microsoft in Silicon Valley, worked on Xbox stuff, which was really cool. And if I get elected, I'll give you my former employee discount code. And I was also even the sole recruiter for the first free elections in Iraq in 2004, which was pretty interesting as well. I have a hybrid MBA and a master's in human resources management with a focus on organizational development. I don't really know what that means either, but it looks really cool on paper. I've done a lot of cool stuff in my life. I'm often very fearless. So I'll tell you a little bit about my Phi Tau experience. I was the director of expansion for Phi Tau when I was 22 years old, and we were at a pace of essentially opening 5 to 6 chapters per year. We got to the magic 98 active chapters with 2 colonizations on there. We were going to be at that threshold of 100. We're actually now about 20 chapters less than we were at the time. So just to wrap this up a little bit, when you leave here today, you will have my phone number and email address. I will always be accessible to you. I will support you. I will advocate for you. I will not feed you a line of bullshit. If I don't know the answer, I will find the answer. If the answer doesn't exist, together we will find that answer. And I think I'm out of time. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Jeremy. Next, proceeding in alphabetical order, Michael Loomis. Michael, come on up.
As you all leave this convention, you'll have questions to answer. How has Phi Kappa Tau become stronger? How does that benefit your chapter? Why does this national fraternity matter to you? Running a fraternity chapter is hard, and we should be doing everything possible to ensure your success. Recruitment is hard. Chapter finances are hard. Wrangling dozens of unruly college guys to a common cause can be hard. And answers to the tough questions are often elusive. When we're here, when we talk about our national organization's goals, whether it's realizing our strategic plan or thinking more expansively about who we can be, or expecting better results and transparency and accountability, it's not just so we can all pat ourselves on the back. Your decisions and conversations at this convention matter, and they make a difference on your campus and how you can achieve your own goals. I wanted to tell you a story about why I'm here, why I'm running, why I believe so much in our potential. I remember it like it was yesterday, sitting in the driveway of our college rental house as the president of a struggling colony of just 5 members, having a tough conversation with our vice president. We were on the ledge. Should we keep going, or should we throw in the towel? We decided that we're going to be fully committed. With great grit, creativity, and some luck, we did enough to survive. And then when we tapped into the help available beyond just our chapter room, we really started to build some momentum. We had authentic support from local volunteers and national staff members, on-campus regional and national education and conferences. Combined with our own ingenuity and luck and hard work, in 1 year we chartered with over 40 men. My Phi Tau experience, like many of yours has and will, changed my life. My best friends in this world are Phi Taus. A few months ago, that vice president who sat in the driveway with me of our college rental house officiated my wedding. When we can do this right and really provide what you need to succeed, this national fraternity of Phi Kappa Tau resources has the potential to become one of your biggest advantages and superpowers. But unfortunately, it's probably safe to say that it would be near impossible at this moment right now to replicate for you the full level of national resources that we had at our disposal at Belmont nearly 20 years ago. That's why I'm so passionate. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm committed to upping our game across the board to result in real progress that you can see and feel and benefit from. Fraternity is at its best a team sport. Probably at its definition, a team sport. You deserve the best, most remarkable team that we can put on the field for you. I've gotten to know President-elect McCrum a little bit over the last few weeks. And while you may have noticed we have somewhat different styles and skill sets and backgrounds, I think it's safe to say that we share the same passion for this fraternity and to make it better. We've talked about how we can make an outstanding complementary team and advocating for our chapters and doing things right and pushing forward this fraternity that we all love. It's going to take time, perseverance, and thoughtful decision-making over the course of several years. It's going to take the type of organizational skills that I can bring to the table. And I'm just beyond excited to help us lead that journey. I'm a strong believer in the power of fraternity, in the potential of fraternity, and in our fraternity, in Phi Kappa Tau. And I would be honored to be your national vice president. Let's go far and get it done. Thanks.
Next, and our final candidate for national vice president, Mark Scherer. Mark, come along.
Hope my 7 minutes didn't start back there.
You do.
Look at the screen behind me. The question is, what do you want in your next national vice president? Listen, I understand the fiduciary responsibility of the position, and I also know that we serve the undergraduates. That is your benefit that you get from me. I'm a successful business owner for over 2 decades. I was vice president of sales for a company that started at 10 million, is now over 50 million. I'm currently the president of the North American operations for a big group out of Asia. It's a $150 million company. I've served on 5 different BOGs. I've facilitated a number of New England and Capital Regional conferences. I'm a Key Award recipient. I've served as our first Chief Alumni Officer, appointed by past National President Steve Nelson. I've even served for another very successful national fraternity on their board of directors in the area of housing. I believe housing is a very integral part of what we need to keep moving forward. I am the only candidate that has this incredible valuable experience and education to bring proven ideas to our brotherhood. Some of my areas of concentration are in recruitment, being a marketing and promotional specialist, finance and being a successful businessman, and alumni relations. I really want to continue doing the work that I started as the Chief Alumni Officer. I want to stay part of the Domain Director Rebuilding Program. I want to investigate how we can bring back traveling consultants that come and visit your chapters. I want to create a brother service department where anyone, undergrad or alum, can call a number at the national headquarters and find out an answer to any question that you may have. I want to challenge our next national president. I want you to go beyond the Zoom call every 7 weeks. I want you to create a monthly newsletter which touches on 4 topics. Brief explanation of our current state of the fraternity, a focus point of the month, maybe it's recruitment, finance, what have you. I want to create and promote a spotlight of a chapter each month. Who they are, what they are, and why they're great. And then, of course, let's end it with a fast fact or a quote or something that has some relevance to either current or our past. I want to challenge our definition of transparency with creating town hall type of meetings between high-level staff, high-level volunteers, and your chapter that can ask any question that they want. Undergraduate chapters need to know that Phi Tau exists beyond the walls of their school and their university. They need to know that the national headquarters is much more than just the tax man. My passion and engagement style will attract more volunteers who want to serve us I always promote positivity and creativity to support, honor, and value to our brotherhood. Some may visibly see my weekly Room of Distinction post or my Rush T-shirt contest, which is now starting in its 8th year. That alone has raised thousands of dollars that have gone back to chapter educational grant funds. And thank you for the donors along the way. I am so excited about our next national vice president. I just need to support him. Just can't pass up this opportunity, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to serve under Brother McCrum. Plus, with a new CEO, now that we all have a fresh start. It's a new day in our organization. We are set on a pathway to greatness. A vote for me is a vote for us. And let me just leave you with this. If the alumni are the soul of our brotherhood, then our undergraduates are the heartbeat of Phi Kappa. And brothers, I am your man.
With that, it is time to vote. So the way this works is for a candidate to win, they need to receive 50% plus one to be the outright winner. If no one receives 50%, the top two would go to a runoff. For instance, if there's 100 total votes for someone to win outright, they would need to get 51 votes. Okay? Logan, are you prepared to open up the voting? All right, gentlemen, cast your ballots. Is everyone voting? I'll leave it open for 30 seconds. Is everyone voting? Ten seconds. Is everyone voting? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote.
They didn't get a majority, so they got the most. Okay.
No majority, so nobody got 53, so they'll figure out who you are.
The announcement is that there has been not a majority reached. Can you hear me? Oh, now I see what everybody else is dealing with. There was not a majority reached, and so they are going to see and tally the vote.
There will be a runoff between Ray Carlos and Jeremy DeMaio. So you just dropping one? That was it? Okay.
And Michael Loomis as well.
Michael Loomis. That's not what he told me back there, but we still have a communications problem, so. Ray Carlos, Jeremy DeMayo, Michael Loomis, next ballot. Logan, can you configure that? Thank you. Everybody ready? Okay, go ahead and cast your vote. Is everyone voted? 30 seconds. Last call, is everyone voted? Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Another runoff? You mean the top?
Brother President, I have the candidates if you're ready for the runoff.
All right,
Jeremy DeMaio and Michael Loomis.
hold on, I'll call for it, let him get it. Are you ready? All right, please cast your vote. Thirty seconds. What's total? 1, 2. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Michael Loomis. Congratulations, Michael. Mike, come on up.
Well, that wasn't nerve-wracking at all. I'll keep it brief. You've heard enough from me this week, but thank you. Like from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your confidence and trust in me and the team we're going to bring to bear for you, for your love for Phi Tau, your participation in this very important part of our governance, and the positive progress you're going to help us make going forward. It's going to take all of us on your local campus, all of our volunteers, our full-time staff. We haven't recognized them enough this week. They've done an outstanding job putting this convention. Most importantly, it's going to take all of you as our conduits to the much larger extended brotherhood that extends beyond this convention. Each of us has our role to play, and we have choices in how we use that responsibility in productive or counterproductive ways. And I know that we're going to come together as a team and drive the fraternity to the place that we all want it to be, and we all know it could be. Personally, I'm so optimistic and excited for what we're going to build from here, and for the brotherhood that will power us along the way. Once again, thank you.
Next, we will proceed to the National Council candidates. Okay.
Jack suggested that somebody that saw the watch the box, make sure that delegate goes in. Logan's prepared the paper.
Okay. Yeah. So by previous motion of the cascading effect, we also have candidates added will be Jeremy DeMayo and Mark Scherer. This will give us 6 total candidates, which is more than we can set up. So we've already prepared the contingency to go to paper ballots. No one from Arizona will be allowed to vote on paper ballots. Just a joke there, just a joke there. All right, we go.
Brother President, I need you and PJ for a second.
Sure.
Can you come to the back to Logan, please?
Thank you. We've already made preparations for paper ballots. So this is how we'll proceed. The ballots have already been prepared. We know we've got about 108, 110. So those will be counted so that we know that when you're through with this, there should be 108 total ballots, not 110, 112, no drop boxes are out in front of the Bellagio or anything like that. So we're gonna do it that way. Now, as an added feature, something that I do with my elections for my association, the counting will go on in the back here. Is that right, Logan? The counting in the area where we're counting, each candidate will be allowed to send one representative to witness the balloting. The counting. What a novel concept. All right. It also helps reduce any yin and yang. Okay? The ballots will be double checked to be sure that we had no more ballots than total people that are qualified to vote. When you come, you will check, your credentials will be checked before you're allowed to deposit your ballot into the box. Before you get your ballot, your credentials will be checked as well. So, Mr. Prater.
Point of inquiry, Kevin Prater, Beta Gamma, University of Idaho. I actually have to leave, so I have to catch a plane. So does our undergraduate group. I was requesting the convention's permission to leave a signed paper ballot on this piece of paper right here, with that to be later tallied once all other ballots are received. I'm just not going to have the time to participate in this election otherwise.
Okay. That opens up a whole bunch of issues for the Prater.
Opens up a whole bunch of issues, but I'd like to be able to participate. I'm going to leave it anyways and let the body decide.
All right, I'd rather defer to the body for a motion to allow it or not. Is that okay?
Yeah, I have no idea whether or not a motion would be even acceptable.
Okay, it just sets a precedent, so people could say, I gotta go too, and I wanna leave my ballot, and it's a whole lot of different. All right, I'm gonna ask PJ to make a ruling on that. PJ. PJ, we need you to make a ruling on this. So the gentleman he's got to leave, he wants to leave his ballot. So I said that opens up a whole myriad of issues, everybody could do that. Yeah. Okay. Really from the chair is that we do not do that, so you have to be present, Brother Frazier.
Very good, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. All right. So while we are proceeding, setting up the paper balloting, we will get on with the speeches for National Council. You'll have 5 minutes, if I remember correctly. We will go alphabetically again. Our first candidate will be Scott Brown. Scott, come on up. Oh, I didn't see it. What's your inquiry, young man?
Jeff Gaworski, Beta Epsilon Chapter, University of Southern Mississippi. After getting to know a few more alumni, could we reopen nominations? Or move to reopen nominations?
All right, it's been motioned to reopen nominations. Is there a second? What purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Lucas McCrum, give me side to the state. I said,
You second, there's a second. Any further discussion? All four reopening nominations, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. I believe we have division. I'm gonna ask for the raising of the hands. All for the motion, please raise your hand and leave them up. Somebody's got both hands up, that don't count. Appreciate the try. I have 29. All those against? I have 53 against. Motion failed.
Nothing up your sleeve.
All right, let's get on with it. Our first speech will be from National Councilor candidate. You have a point.
I'd like to just, Eric Cole, Alpha Epsilon, Kansas State University. I'd just like to be clear on exactly how this is gonna work.
Yeah.
Are we gonna vote for one candidate and then, the 5 that don't make it, they'll then be voted on?
Yeah, you'll vote for one, is my understanding.
Voting for two.
Huh?
Vote for two.
That's not what I was told yesterday. Again,
So we'll vote for two. If any candidate gets over a majority, they're done.
we'll vote for two. If any candidate gets over a majority, they're done.
And then if we don't have a majority or don't fill both slots with a majority, then the bottom drops off and then we
Okay.
can let run off.
All right, thank you.
If someone, okay, we'll go ahead. There's a way to game that system, but I'm not gonna put it out there anyway. All right, so you're gonna vote for two on the first ballot, correct?
Yes.
And then we'll continue to drop. For the third time, introducing candidate Scott, will we have another one?
Brother President, Bill Crane, Beta Chapter, University of Georgia. Just a clarification on how runoffs are tabulated. So there's kind of two ways nationally.
Yeah.
And you were familiar, as I am, with the way state party primaries are run, which the top two vote getters move into the runoff. We essentially use ranked choice voting methodology in the vice president's vote, where you only drop the lowest. So could I get an understanding from how we're tabulating the ballots, how runoffs with 6 on them? Okay, are we going to have 6 and 5 and 4? How are we going to proceed each ballot?
Our constitution.
Come on, Mike. gentleman.
All right, thank you, PJ Best, parliamentarian. The Constitution doesn't provide for that method of a runoff. So what we have always done historically is that if this position isn't filled by the end of the first ballot, then we would only drop the lowest. That has been done historically, and it's provided for implicitly within the Constitution. To do anything other than that, I believe would require some sort of constitutional amendment to do it the way that you were describing.
Well, I'm just asking because they don't know. Most of these are first-time attendees. And there are two different ways I've seen
Yes.
elections be conducted in Vitol conventions, having been to 20 of them.
So there are 6 national council candidates. If at the end of the first ballot, 1 or 2 have over 50%, those will be your winners. If only 1 or 0 have more than 50%, then we would drop the lowest and we would proceed to another round of balloting, again, attempting to reach that 50% plus 1 threshold that's required to elect.
Using the ranked choice voting, that's the way they.
Well, it's not ranked choice voting because in ranked choice voting would automatically be done without having to do a new ballot. So like ranked choice voting would provide that I would say, okay, I want Scott Brown number 1, I want this one number 2, and then automatically the system would figure out who would drop off without having to do a second ballot. But because we don't have that technology and the Constitution doesn't provide for it, we just manually drop off the lowest and then reballot or revote.
PJ, one more scenario. So if 1 gets 50%, he's in. So then do we go to the next 5 or do we drop the lowest and then list 4?
Because one person is winning and they're coming off the ballot, my suggestion would be that we don't drop anyone. If one person moves, it is dropping someone off because we have one less person on the ballot. So we wouldn't need to drop if we have a winner in that round.
All right, the gentleman, Mr. Pacheco.
Mal Pacheco, New Chapter, Berkeley. If I put the same name twice on a piece of paper, what will happen? Do we invalidate both or just one of those names?
You've caught on, Mr. Pacheco. You've caught on.
If you vote for the same person twice, which you cannot do, your second vote is invalidated, so it will count once.
And if you just vote for 1?
That is also permissible, but obviously if you vote for 1, it only counts once and you are giving up your second vote, which is totally within your right to do. Just recognize that you're not voting for the second person.
Related point of clarification. Stephen Keeney, Kappa Chapter, Kentucky. If there are 100 votes cast, 100 ballots cast with 2 names on each ballot, it is possible that 2 different candidates can get 51 votes, 2 different candidates can get a majority. We are tabulating majority, I believe, based on the number of ballots, and therefore there is no value in you trying to game the system by putting 1 name, right?
Correct. I suppose to answer your question strategically, it's typically called bullet voting, which provides a strategy insofar as you're not providing an opponent with a vote. That's the strategy, but you're not getting your candidate, your preferred candidate, any closer to the majority by voting for 1 person. To win, you need to get a majority of the delegates that are voting. That is how you win. So you could vote for 2 people, you could vote for 1, you could vote for 0. But at the end of this, only the people who get a majority are going to win and become a national councilor.
And as counterintuitive as it seems, logically, it is possible for 2 people to get a majority on the same first ballot.
Yes. Yes, you can win outright with two majority vote winners because we have 2 votes. You can have 2 people with a majority on ballot 1.
Thank you, Steve.
Brother President,
Sasha.
would you like me to hand out the ballots before or after the speeches?
should be after.
After?
Say that again.
I have the paper ballots. I will be back by Logan, handing out to the credentialed members, undergraduate and graduate, as well as past national presidents and national counselors. Would you like me to do that before we start or after?
After.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any more inquiries or gyrations or clarifications, pontifications? For the fourth time now, introducing national council candidate, Scott Brown. Come on down. All right, now that we have that solved. So, brothers, I want to take a quick moment to, I know we've heard from others thanking them, but I also want to thank Barry and Dale. They've given me an incredible opportunity for the past 5 years to serve as governance advisor, and I really appreciate that. Our friends at an inflection point. We have an opportunity to change the course of our organization, to set goals and priorities that are going to affect us for years to come. The past few years have brought us challenges and successes along our journey. But it is at this point in time where we can step forward and become an organization which truly leads our industry. Over the past 12 months, we have installed new leadership across the board. The foundation has changed their chairman and vice chairman. They've hired a new executive director. We've hired Matt as our CEO. We've installed now, or we will be installing Mike McCrum as our president and Michael Lucas as our vice president. Oman Holdings has new leadership as well. These leaders are going to be setting the vision and the direction, which is going to carry us forward as an organization. They're putting together, and will be putting together, tools and resources that are going to assist you to grow your chapters, build your leadership abilities, and show you paths toward success. They're going to need a national council who's going to work to help drive consensus around their priorities and carry us forward. I'm someone who's been a proven consensus builder. I went to school knowing that I had to find a way to pay my own way. For most of my career, I worked 3-4 jobs to cover the expenses because my family couldn't provide for them. As a result, I found Phi Tau later in my college career. I was looking for a place to belong, a place to fit in, a place to call home. And Phi Tau filled that place. Along my way, I met and interacted with some incredible men, undergraduates, graduates, at my chapter level and my national level. And that has brought me to where I was in my career and where I am in my life. I've worked in many different industries, doing many different jobs, but in each position, what I learned is how to bring people together, bringing their different ideas, thoughts, wants, desires together, and to help them find a solution to move it forward. And not always have it been exactly what they expected or exactly the way they expected it, but we always achieve success. In my day-to-day life, I build data models, and I help suppliers move product information from one side of the supply chain to the other and all the way out to .coms. My organization, we have 15,000 customers that I work with all the time. In my personal life, I've found that as a father, and I know the fathers in the room will appreciate this, you get involved with whatever your kid's involved with. You don't always get to choose it. You don't always get to select what that is. Sometimes you do. But my kid got me involved with Scouts. And as a Scout, I kind of advanced as he did. And so for the past 14 years, I've been a committee chairman of our local troop. I've seen us grow and get to around 50 men in that troop. We now have added 20 women to that troop over the past year. During my tenure, we were able to help these Scouts as they go along. In scouting, as an adult leader, you don't do, you follow. You provide the tools and the resources so that the Scouts who lead the troop are able to move that forward. We put in 50 Eagle Scouts. Along my path through the fraternity, as I'm going through this, I've tried to be true to the creed, try to keep strong my ties, and I have worked in various different roles. In the past 22 years, I've served as a domain director
helping chapters with their needs and providing that national face to the organization to them. I've been a facilitator of many different education programs and even served as an education dean. For the past 5 years, I've been on the National Governance Advisor, advising council, helping them understand how the Constitution and statutes affect what they're doing. I've also kept strong ties to my home chapter and helped them move along as they became a Maxwell chapter. So from these experiences and my life experiences, I want to bring that consensus building to help us stitch together and pull together all of our organizations to help us move forward, to support the goals and direction that Brother McCrum laid out for us in that beautiful speech yesterday. So I would like to ask for your support in National Council so we can continue to move our inflection point that we're at now into a success point. Thank you.
Our next candidate for National Council, Jeremy DeMaio.
So just so you know, I lost because I wanted to finish my speech, so. Now, I'm actually just going to take a couple minutes. One of the things I really wanted to discuss and hammer a little bit. This is again directed at our undergraduate members. So for years, our National Council actually had 3 voting undergraduate national counselors. So you sat on the National Council, you were voted in by your body, you had equal votes to the graduate national counselors. I think we eliminated that about 20 years ago or so. You know, and then from my perspective, I think it's time to re-examine that. And that's one of the things I really wanted to talk about. So if elected, one of the things I want National Council to re-examine is the feasibility of bringing you back to the table. I think it's kind of foolish to believe that we can really thrive and survive without your input. And I think the Undergraduate Advisory Board is a phenomenal idea. I think that it could even continue to exist, but I really think it's time for you guys to be back with us. So thank you again. Appreciate your support, and I'll see you this afternoon.
Our next candidate for National Council is Andy Fruit. Andy, come on up.
All right, good afternoon, brothers here in attendance, and to those of you watching from afar. First off, I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to get up and speak to you. But I also want to thank my Beta Chi chapter for the nomination for the Brandon Award. It has been my honor and privilege working with my chapter for the last 15 years. I am so excited for where you gentlemen are going to go, not only on the SIU campus, but in Phi Kappa Tau nationally. So I'm so proud of you guys and wanted to acknowledge you guys publicly. I was asked by someone here at the convention a few days ago, Andy, why do you care so much? And here's the reason, is that sometimes there are things that come along in your life that you can't plan, that you didn't anticipate. There's 3 things that have happened in my life. It is, and kind of sequentially, Phi Tau was 1, meeting Mallory was 2, and having my kids was 3. The reason that Phi Tau means so much to me is because I had 0 intent in going to SIU and joining a fraternity. I even sat there for a year and met some of my future fraternity brothers and resisted. But I took a leap of faith and I gave it a shot. And I would love to tell you that when I did that, we just got going and we made it, but we didn't. I walked into a very struggling Beta Chi colony. We were a colony for 4 years. We did not have the resources to be successful. We did not have the support we needed. We did not have the volunteers, but we were around. We had each other. And if anything that experience taught me was that we have to persevere through tough times, because things are hard. When we hit roadblocks, we have to push through them. And the reason I'm running is because honestly, we can do better. We can do better as a national organization. And when I say that, our communication needs to improve. We have a Facebook page, the Brothers of Phi Kappa Tau, that reaches almost 10,000 people, but we still have many brothers that do not utilize that platform. I put a lot of information on that platform, so if you haven't seen it, please take a look. But we have to do better as an organization at communication. We have to do better at just our organizational things in itself. Look at how much time was wasted that very, very first session when we're short on time anyway, and we took literally an hour and a half of everyone's time and we covered a very, very short amount of things. People's time is valuable. We must be accountable. We have to make sure that we never, ever run into a situation that we were in just now. I want to thank some of the brothers on the National Council, especially John, publicly for responding and being communicative. We might not agree from time to time, but I truly appreciate the responses, and they're always very quick and timely, so I do appreciate that. But we have to do better, because what we need to do is we need to be creating the best possible experience for our undergraduates, because that's what it's about. This is not about me. This is not about the alumni. It's about them. Because I'm going to give you a short example, the ladder bar story. If you look around at everybody, you either have a ladder bar here that goes down to your kneecaps, you have a ladder bar that is about 7 or 8, or even a ladder bar that's about 1 or 2. And when I sit and think about that, I wonder, how good of a job are we doing at providing that quality undergraduate experience to those men that should have 3, 4, 5, 6? We just don't see them. And I think we really dropped the ball on not offering educational programming to help support these men over the last 2 years, and that needs to change, because all chapters in Phi Tau are not created equal. We have some groups that are performing phenomenally, but then we have other ones that are pleading and begging for help. And I think the reason that is because our volunteer structure has become so broken. We have turned so many people away, so many good, passionate Phi Taus. We've told, thanks, no thanks, we've got it under control. We need to be giving all of these resources to these young men to make sure that they have the strongest chapter that we possibly can. Because in my opinion, it is unacceptable that we are at 80. It's unacceptable if we lose any more chapters, because that shows us that we are not doing the job that we need to be doing. Guys, it's okay for us to acknowledge that things are not okay. That's all right. But what is not okay is for us to keep going on and patting ourselves on the back when we have so much work to do. We've never had a greater opportunity to affect change in our organization as we do right now, and we need to run with it. And I will tell you, there's no one that will match my passion, my drive, my energy. This is not about me, and I'm going to leave you with a spot quote. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few or the one. We need to make sure that we are supporting the many, many undergraduate men in this room so that they come back, they volunteer, they donate to our foundation, and that they are serving in these roles years from now. So I please ask you for your support, and it has been the privilege of my life to be a Phi Kappa Tau member. Thank you very much.
Next, National Council candidate Victor Hudi.
Hello, everyone. As you can tell, I have a little bit more gray hair and even a little less hair than the other candidates. And a lot of you probably don't know who I am, but I'm privileged to be here today, having been nominated by 2 national presidents, past national presidents, and having known every past national president for the last 30 years. I served I'm from the Gamma Alpha chapter, by the way, of Michigan Tech. It has had 65 years of continuous operation and excellence. And I want to bring that excellence to Phi Kappa Tau. I served on the national headquarters staff from 1987 to 1993 in various roles as a leadership consultant, visiting the chapters. Believe it or not, I would leave on a 6-week stint, visiting 12 chapters in that 6-week period of time. Many of the chapters that I see here today and the alumni, I met during my period of time on staff. And I'm proud to see them sitting here today. National Council members, foundation members, and even staff members on the foundation. After serving for a year as a leadership consultant, I served 2 years as the Director of Chapter Services, still working with our chapters, visiting them, getting to know more alumni. And then my last 2.5 years, I served as our first Director of Risk Management and Operations Services. Yes, it was a very popular position at the time. Right, Brother Crane?
Still is.
He still is. So I have a lot of the fraternity background experience. I had the privilege of serving with John Green. To me, one of our greatest Phi What I want to bring is transparency to our operations. I want to bring communication, open communication, which we heard a lot about this week. I want to also, my priority is strengthen our alumni involvement. If you look at a lot of our stronger traditional chapters, it's because of their alumni involvement. I am proud to be from Gamma Alpha chapter. We have a very strong alumni program, maybe the strongest of all of our chapters, I would say. I want to bring those keys that we've used for success to the national organization. I'm not a rah-rah guy out there in cheerleading. We have a lot of great talent to do that. But I am a support person. I am a communicator. I have served my career in process management, data governance, risk management. And I will bring those process skills to this organization. Lastly, I just want to ask for your support. I feel that I can bring some stability to our foundation board. I can support our national president and vice president. I can support our new CEO in his role. And I can make sound decisions that I feel will be coming from this floor. I do participate in the Facebook page. Hopefully you've seen me there. Supporting our chapters, bringing ideas to help them with the challenges that they face. I will do that as your national counselor. Thank you.
Next, National Counselor Candidate Mark Sherrill.
Hello again. Congratulations, Mike. And like Jeremy DeMeo, I guess I didn't finish speaking. I didn't speak much about my undergrad experience, which I was a founder of my home chapter, and also as an undergrad, I helped found a chapter at a neighboring school. Some of the other things, some of the other ideas that I have that I want to bring to our organization are just, as I said before, but I didn't really expand on it because of time limitations, are some of the ideas and some of the things that I've seen out there from other organizations that have been tried and they've been successful. I would like to try to bring that to us. One of those ideas is, happened to work out the other night when we were at that flights thing. I was speaking with a chapter who asked me what my platform is, and my platform is I need to know which direction of that platform you want me to speak of, because my mind has exploded so much that I lost all my hair. But there was a young man sitting there saying, we're struggling in our chapter with recruiting. What can you tell me about that? 2 minutes later, another undergraduate sat down. His chapter was extremely successful in recruiting, which proves to me that one of the other ideas I have is to marry up some chapters that have challenges, that have real challenges and don't know how to deal with them, and link them with their own peers that have found the successes. This creates a bigger Phi Tau than outside of their campus. So there's many different things that I have, big plans that, you know, I can bring and things like that. And I know that the National Council is the strategic body, but sometimes you just need to get down into the weeds, and you need to help the staff to show them the guidance on the reasons why, and not just say, we need to do this and we need to do that, but some real tactical points that you can bring. And the other national fraternity that I spoke of, which I'm still friendly with their CEO, he started in 2009 with 64 chapters and under 2,000 undergrads and a boatload of debt. Today, they're at 180 chapters, 8,000 undergrads, and plenty of money. I see some of the things that they've done, and he's also handed me what some may call the keys to the kingdom, how they do certain things, why they do certain things, because in all, we're Phi Tau and we're a brotherhood, but we're part of even a bigger organization called the Greek community, and we're all under fire. We need to make sure that we can support one another, not only as Phi Taus, but as Greeks. And, you know, there's a lot more. I believe I'm running out of my time here. So, you know, I want to serve in a capacity on our council so I can bring these things forward to you. To bring what you heard me describe as my definition of transparency. And I thank you again. Again, a vote for me is a vote for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Next, National Council candidate, Alan Shaw. Dr. Shaw.
Good afternoon, brothers. It's great to see all of you here. I also want to do the thanks to Barry and to Dale for asking me to come to the National Council about 1.5 years ago. So I've been serving as a volunteer for the last 38 years in different capacities, whether it's the domain director, national education advisor, housing corps, DOG. All of that has been amazing. But when Barry and Dale asked me to come to the National Council, I never realized how much work there is to do and how much work that there was needed to be done. As we heard on Friday and yesterday, we talked about Kappa, we talked about Old Main Holdings. So when I came in, I was asked to come and try to figure out how do we get to make those changes. So I am so excited for the work that was done. I wish we didn't have to do it, but I'm excited that the work was done because I think we're on the precipice of being able to make huge change. And with that, I think we're going to be able to do great things in the future. As a higher education professional, as an assistant vice president for student life on a college campus of 51,000, I see what's happening every day. And I think we need to bring that to Phi Tau as well. Since COVID, we have seen huge changes. And that is one of the things that I've been working on. We've been doing webinars for parents or families and caretakers, whether they're blood or chosen. So that way, we have more stakeholders within the fraternity, and you as undergrads have somebody else to talk to about what's going on. So if you look at the webinars that we have done, we have talked about suicide prevention, wellness, also looking at scholarships and how to succeed. So if any of you have watched, we had a couple hundred people have watched the final webinar where we talked about how do you fill out a FAFSA? Why didn't you fill out a FITAL scholarship app? We had trouble finding people last year. This year we doubled, so we know that it's working. But as undergrads, we want to make sure that you are successful. If you look at Michael Loomis's and all of our strategic plan, student success is hugely important. With that, we need to make sure that you are going to succeed and be with us so we can retain you so that you can be alone. So we want to continue looking, or I want to continue working with the National Council so that we can continue making sure that we have the services, the programming that you have to be successful. And academics, we need to make sure that we are going to continue making sure that you are successful so that you can go into your career. Yesterday's breakfast that the Education Committee did was a great start to making sure that we are starting, whether we do cradle to grave programming, where we get you as soon as you come in, until we just did the ceremony today. But we need to make sure that we do the programming that is successful for you. Also for the alums or our second chapter brothers, we need to make sure that we have successful programming for you as well. Because we have, as we've talked about, need to make sure that we are being successful as the second chapter, making sure that all of you are coming together. I really want to make sure that we all are in this together, that we're going far, making sure that we're having, and I just want to be able to serve a full term after coming in for the last year and a half. So I ask you for your vote. Thank you so much, and go fly.
Is that it? Did I miss anybody? All right. Logan, will you put the 6 candidates' names, I don't know if you have that configured up on the screen. Now, so Matt Asasa, do you want to explain how we're going to proceed with the distribution of the ballots, collections of the ballots, checking credentials? Again, and where those are going to be counted, if it's going to be in a corner, we're going to allow each candidate to send one representative to witness the counting and to stay back at least 5 feet from the counting area and do not interfere with the counting process. The numbers will be checked and double checked. We'll make sure that we don't have more ballots than we're distributing. That's a novel concept too, isn't it? Sasha.
Yes, so undergraduate delegates, graduate delegates, past national presidents, and national counselors, I will be right here at the table. Please come to collect your ballot. Once you have written your ballot, come back and put your ballot in the empty bag, and we shall go, the credentials committee shall go in the box, in the box. The credentials committee shall go and count the ballots with the necessary observations, and we will report back. Any questions?
Let me ask parliamentarian PJ Best, will you check the box and be sure there's no ballots already placed in the box? I'm from Alabama, I've seen a lot of things. Thank you, thank you.
Come up and grab your ballots.
Come over here. Let's do the first 2 rows first, so I can have a little bit of decorum. Front 2 rows first. As the ballots are being counted later, I just want to notice I'm going to call on our graduate delegate alumnus, Robert Paulson, for a point of personal privilege. Robert, where are you? All right, you'll be on deck, sir. Not yet, not yet. Just write your vote for 2 on your ballot and drop it in the box. And you also notice we're going to have different color ballots for every round. We're just doing 1 round of paper, and then we can move to the clicker. Thank you, BJ. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I wanted, 2 years ago, came out there and played y'all. My damn treatment week was that week. And I tried to do it, my daughter wouldn't let me. I know. Now, some of your guys then came down the next year and I had a really good time.
Doesn't matter. It's all going to the same place.
That's all right. Life's short, man. It's all good. I appreciate it. Thanks, Dave.
I can't remember, but in 95, when it was me, you, and Father Nick, and I swear to God, and I had.
All right, next 2 rows.
Excuse me, young man. I didn't think of it. They already have it. Yeah, we're gonna do a test. Yep.
I'm just monitoring about when I texted you, I was about to just like, write all the great pictures. No, sure it is. Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
I know two different people. I'd much rather have that.
Let me not show up.
Than somebody else might show up.
Whatever you guys
Hey, Barry.
I love that shirt. I love your shirt, man. Looking good, Jeff. That's what we're gonna do. Yes, sir. That's exactly what we're doing. Thank you.
Talking about how we used to have to do this for every.
Hey, Steven. How are you? Good. How are you? Good.
All right, next two rows.
Bob was just saying, might have like 14 candidates in for 3 elections.
We don't need paper. There's only 6 candidates.
No, they're down to 5.
We'll go down to 5. So once we do this one, and we move back to
Less people, at one time, get into the event. Nowadays, it's like so early,
Yeah.
That's.
Careful there.
Yeah. I'm changing, thinking about changing it.
Now you gotta watch those.
We were going to strip search just one person coming up as a token. I know the technique well.
I would imagine you would, sir.
I would be very surprised if we get it. Keep it moving. Excuse me, sir.
We said we were going to strip search one guy. I didn't get it right, but I can do you.
Final rose.
Three votes for Barry Mass.
I don't know.
I'll send Bob's back.
Absolutely.
But even if you just feel like we understand this.
Did you? Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, just put in what you need. We'll be really old school. Five.
Oh, yeah. I think we got that. Yeah.
Yes, it's valid. No, you should answer. Okay? Doing well, young man. Thank you. I'm sorry. I know I'm in Vegas when I saw that jacket on you. When's your review? You're dancing.
Probably later. Oh my God. Was that night? That was my birthday. Yeah. So you get the job. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I spill it? A little bit. I'm sorry. You got okay? There's only two of them, I believe. That are.
As we wind up the last ballots being cast, everybody start making your way back to your seats. We're going to conduct some business while the ballots are being counted.
How are you, Bill? Doing well. I'm standing still and not falling down. That's a good job.
There's always room for you. Yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure. You want me to put it in here?
If you have anything other than a light blue ballot, it will not be counted. So while you can put all other sheets of paper in the ballot box as you want, only the light blue ballot will be counted. Right. That's what I do. Same thing.
Because of you, because you corrected the numbers one century, it was two.
Last call to receive a ballot. Just checking last call, last roll. Gentlemen, please proceed back to your seats. We're going to do some business while the ballots are being counted.
Hey, man's in charge.
Key in. All right. Several weeks ago, the national offices received a letter from one of our esteemed alumni. And for that, I'm going to ask you to speak from the floor, if you will. Is that okay, Robert? Yeah, please. Please. The chair will recognize one of our esteemed alumni, Robert Paulson. Please introduce yourself.
Fellow Knights Templars.
Do we have mic? Can we get mic? Hold on, Brother Paulson.
Just get closer to the mic.
He was there.
Is it working?
Now you got it.
All right. I repeat, I said, fellow Knights Templars, and said, oops, wrong fraternal organization. But when I saw this box up here earlier, I thought that looks like the Ark of the Covenant. I was tempted to look inside to see if it had Aaron's rod or jar of manna, but they tipped it and it wasn't the right place. So anyway, I'm Bob Pallison from Beta Phi Westminster College. And I am a retired Presbyterian pastor. In college, I was a history major, a math minor, and was one of two students my freshman year to be inducted into Kappa Nu Epsilon Mathematic Fraternity. I had the nickname because I often got hundreds in my score of Albert Einstein, so I was known that for the 4 years of college. In 1956, I was initiated into Phi Kappa Tau at age 17. I'm curious if there's other men here who've been initiated in that early of an age. I'd be likely to talk to you afterwards. But I've been in Phi Tau now for 68 years. And for those who enjoy math, if you take the fraction of 68 over 85, it's a perfect 80%. So for 80% of my life, I've been a Phi Tau, and I'm proud of that. As a Presbyterian pastor, I was also holding the title of teaching elder, and I involved myself in teaching in many places. Wherever I served, I signed up as a substitute teacher to be available in history of math, but also in computer work. In Massachusetts, when I was serving, someone asked, how fast are you keyboarding? I said, I don't know, but I did a test, and I was doing 119 words a minute, perfect copy. For those of you who don't know timing, 120 words a minute means you're doing 10 strokes a second. So I was doing 9 3/4 strokes a second on the typing keyboard. One other place in Mansfield, Ohio, I was serving in a school for boys. It was a detention home. And one of the young men raised his hand in history class and said, may I be excused in the hall to exflatulate? I said, what? And someone said, that means fart. So anyway, in the Queen's English, exflatulate is the proper word rather than using the more vulgar term. I served in many places, but in seminary, I had the opportunity to participate in an archaeology dig in Bethel, which is 18 miles north of Jerusalem. After graduating from college in 1959, I went to seminary and participated in that dig, which was sponsored by my seminary, and the Carnegie Museum. One of the places that I visited while in the Holy Land was the Qumran settlement and caves, which overlooked the Dead Sea. Some of you may have heard of that area. I'm starting to shake a little from holding this. Most people, after viewing the cave openings from their back to the Dead Sea, look up and see the caves on a limestone cliff. And they take that an automobile or taxi up around the edge to the top of the plateau and enter the Qumran caves from the top. I looked at it and asked my guides, is it possible to get to the caves from the bottom? He said, no, no one's ever done that. But it's too steep, they said, it's never been done. I recalled the story about the former English penal colony in Australia, which was surrounded by mountains which were called insurmountable. The prisoners will never get out. But I recalled that story, and I looked and I thought, maybe there is an approach. And I told my friends, you go up in the car, I'll meet you at the window. So there was, if you think of an amphitheater with one side and the window up ahead and a long range of sand going down to the side, I went over to the edge of the sand dune, walked along the very edge of it, being balanced, using my Boy Scout training for walking and keeping myself vertical. And I reached the window. When I reached the window about 15 minutes later, my friends who had gone around with their car had gone at it from the top, and they reached down and pulled me up. Well, my Arab guides told me that no one had ever done that before, and that I was the first one to do it. If I had chosen the easy path, which would be to go straight towards the target, it would have been too steep, and I'm sure I would have failed. But I chose the hardest path to start with, and maybe the more dangerous path, and was successful in my endeavor. So I want you all to remember that idea. The harder task is the challenging one, but they're more likely to have success if you don't take the easy tasks to start with. My words to you, best wishes to all of you in Phi Tau. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Paulson. Thank you for your 68 years. That's awesome. Yeah, there's 1 minute left to drop off your ballot now. The box is right back here. And if it's not light blue and has a watermark, so you can drop off as many ballots as you want, but only the official one will be counted. All right. We're going to do some business while the ballot counting is going on. Or do y'all want to wait? Thank you. All right, I'm going to ask our esteemed UAB chairman, Scott Brown from Cornell, to come up, and Scott Siegel to come up and give us the undergraduate advisory board report. And it's been great working with Scott. Although I just called you Scott Brown, and I want to apologize for that, Scott. So, and then we're going to move up. We're going to have the recruitment report after this one. Scott Siegel, come on up. Thank you.
Damn, that's a lot of good-looking faces out there. So how's everyone doing? Yeah, I guess a lot of people lost some money because that was pretty mellow. Anyways, hey everyone, my name is Scott Siegel, Alpha Tau Chapter, Cornell University. I assume the position. And we are presenting from the Undergraduate Advisory Board. I'll get into that in a second, but a brief overview. There. Some opening remarks quickly, then we get into our year in review, or years, since it's been 2 years since we have addressed the body, where we're going, and what our future actions are. Damn. So, starting off, what is the UAB? Okay. What is the UAB? It's a part of our Constitution, and just the mumbo jumbo, no need undergrads to read the screen, but it's important what is at essence here. So we're a part of the Constitution required for our fraternity, and we are your eyes and ears in National Council meetings, supporting our national fraternity. And when all of us go home to our chapters, whether it be Colorado or Florida or anywhere in between, the UAB are your brothers that are sitting in those meetings, bringing your voices to the floor. So I know we've had discussions here, we're in text group chats, we're talking on the floor, we're talking at the slot machines, but in between conventions, you need to have that role in the room, and that's what the UAB serves. So 10 members, right now we stand at around 6, 5 appointed each year, so we're appointing 5 now, and we have that advisory role. What do we actually do though? Since I know a lot of the Constitution words don't make sense in action, we are, as stated, in the room. So all those discussions today about Kappa and the housing situation and Old Main and whatever else you might think the National Council does, we're helping out with that. We are providing that input and providing that advisory role to the National Council, to the executive offices, and to other brothers about where the fraternity should go in the coming years. We're your eyes and ears for those situations. So we are always looking out for what's happening to our undergraduate chapters and advocating for more resources, more money, more time to be invested into that. We protect undergraduate interests and at the same time advance undergraduate programming. From Zenith to the Leadership Academies, we're pushing for more to be done to help your chapters and ensure that your chapters are successful. And finally, we are your voice. So convention only meets once every 2 years. From all that time in between, the UAB is there for you. So above all, the number one point of this is going to be, we're here for you, please reach out. Our current UAB membership, we have Ryan Miller, who is, there you are. Please stand, Ryan. He was the guy with all the hardware yesterday. We have Will Hellier, who is counting ballots right now. Brad Smith. Myself, I don't need to do any of that. John Messinetti, who unfortunately could not be here with us today, but hailing from University of Tennessee. And finally, Will Cabral, who also could not be here today. I would also be remiss to not mention the 2 guys who are always in our corner through every separate process. So it's a thankless job and one that often involves calling them at like 1 o'clock at night and going, how do I do this? But Ray Carlos. And I last saw him standing in the back, but Jameson Bird, who's helped with a lot of what we've been trying to do to advance the goals of undergraduates. So thank you to those guys as well. Let's get to the meat and potatoes. Our year in review. As noted, we are in those meetings, so we're seeing what is happening with National Council issues, with National Fraternity, and attending many of those meetings. 3 being in person, 10, or I believe more, even going back, virtual National Council meetings, and having a great role in those. So thank you also to the National Council for listening to a lot of that guidance and trying to be transparent and open with that. And especially if he's watching, President Dale Holland, who I know has always listened to our advice. We meet with undergraduate chapters and we have discussed chapter communications, brotherhood mental health. I'm realizing the PowerPoint cut off at that area, so sorry about that. But talking about the issues that matter for our undergraduate chapters and creating those procedures, things that can be established at the national level and applied to your chapter. So when it comes to the dues schedule, or as we talked about with Mental Health Awareness Month and some of the Zoom calls that National Counselor Alan Shaw has helped with, we've helped with programming those, brought undergraduate insight to those, and tried to advance those further. So that the money that you end up paying towards our national fraternity, the time that you give towards our national fraternity, is not spent in vain. It goes back to the undergraduate lifestyle, the undergraduate chapters, the resident chapters, and in process, keeps our chapters strong and keeps our chapters thriving. We serve on a various number of committees, the governance committee, the CEO selection task force, and the host committee for here, and are always looking to further expand our reach and the ways that we can help out with many of the different committees in Phi Tau land. As noted, we advise on things such as the Education Committee for Zenith and for Progress, and then we provide input for various things such as the Bordale Challenge, which is currently undergoing review and has undergone review, and the strategic plan, trying to align the goals of our national fraternity, those things that you don't see until now and happen oftentimes behind the scenes, bring those forward to undergrads, ensure undergrads are always being listened to. A brief look at timeline, since I'm not sure if that has excited many people so far. So I'm going to ask the undergrads in the room, how many of us is this your first time at convention? That's great to see. Be honest here. Seeing what happens here, how many are so riled up that they want to come to the next convention in 2 years? It's a good number. Now, you don't have to acknowledge this, but feel free to. How many came to this convention expecting one thing and received another and are now a bit put off to the next convention, at least attending it? Damn, okay, we got two brave souls out here. Because we've seen, and we've definitely heard some complaints, and maybe the other stragglers are down on the casino floor right now, about how to bring national procedures, how to bring convention up to the undergraduate view, how to be more involved and further increase undergraduate attention and undergraduate retention within our organization. Phi Tau is not just put your 3 years of time and service into it and then get out when you graduate college. We need to continue that legacy. And above all, the UAB for the undergrads is the #1 way to stay involved. So if you raised your hand because you loved convention or raised your hand because you expected something totally different, then one thing to take away from this is please serve on the UAB. Put in an application, speak to us, be a part of the undergraduate representation on our national council, because that's how we continue progressing our interests and keep our fraternity footed and grounded in those undergraduate interests. What that looks like, as noted, we are losing 1 member, myself, but taking on 5 new members this year. And then we take on 5 new members and lose 5 members each year, each summer. So if you are interested in joining the UAB, we will be taking in more members 9-10 months from now, starting the application process. Please reach out and stay involved with us in the meantime, because that's critical, having that undergraduate, those conversations with undergraduates. As for our new UAB, I know one of them is in the room right now. So we have, ooh, this printed hard. Chris Keeble. Yeah, he's the one. He's here. I think he's stepped away, but. I know where I'm looking for this. Keegan Tingle. Jonas Ardea. Walker Mosley. And James Johnson. So these are the new fresh faces, in addition to those 2 handsome guys over there and Will Hellier in the back. If you, for any reason, have feedback from this convention, thoughts about where you want to take our fraternity into the future, and thoughts about how our fraternity can better serve you, please reach out, because we thrive when we can hear your opinions and can act on that. And I know Brother McCrum and Brother Loomis have both made very clear they want to hear the undergraduate perspective. Our incoming national council as well wants to hear what we think. We have to make that known at other times than besides just those 2 end years from convention to convention. Going into our next actions, we have no outstanding recommendations for the floor, so good job, we don't have to vote on anything, guys. But in the coming years, what our goals are going to be, continue with that outreach to undergraduates, because we need to hear your perspective, collaborate with the National Council, the executive offices and committees, and provide assistance for all resident councils. Because I see way too many placards here with nobody sitting there. Chapters have closed and we've seen our numbers go down. We need those chapters that are struggling to reach out and we need to be the ones to support each other as brothers. So whether it's another UAB member visiting somebody at another chapter that might be struggling, or getting the resources that you need and in contact with the people that can help you, please reach out above all. We'll send out contact info after this to everyone that was here and try to continue that conversation. But in the meantime, thank you and looking forward to continuing that conversation.
Good evening, brothers. My name is Ryan Miller. I've been serving on the UAB for about a year now. Scott here. Just wanted to thank Scott Siegel for his continuous and hard work in the fraternity and also outside of the fraternity. Scott has made an impact on every brother's lives in the UAB and outside of the UAB. And I just wanted to thank Scott for serving as president of the UAB and just truly leaving an impact on all of our lives. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. We're going to continue to expedite some things. I'm going to let our CEO, Matt Arnold, give you some information on what we're going to do with lunch here, and then I'm going to proceed with some more committee reports. Matt?
Okay, I'm gonna date myself a little bit. Who out there remembers the show Friends? Oh, okay, we got some guys in out there. We're gonna pivot because you guys look hungry. So here's kind of the new format. We were originally supposed to leave here at 1 o'clock and go participate in our serious fun luncheon. We still have some business to do here at convention. So in order to make all of this work, we decided we would convert this into a working luncheon. So here's the format. As Barry mentioned, we are going to continue to work through the business items. Once we get the vote tallied and we complete the elections process, I'm going to encourage the chair to put us at recess for about 10 minutes so you can use the bathroom and get your food and come back in and sit down so that we can reconvene the business and get through the rest of the agenda. Otherwise, we may end up making you eat in the middle of the afternoon, right before our final banquet, a brotherhood banquet, and miss any free time that's out there, and also run up into the model initiation. So I hope that's a good compromise and a good pivot, and we'll let you know the food is prepared, and we'll get to it as soon as we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Way to be agile and mobile and flexible. Good job. Good job. All right. So next we're going to move up a report. Is recruitment ready? Jeremy? Are you doing the report? Or who's doing the report? Justin? Or- Go to the mic right there. Do we have any slides? Just a report? Okay. Introduce yourself.
Atlas Rosenberg, Gamma Alpha, Michigan Tech. A more detailed report will be submitted in writing to the National Council shortly. Given the limited time, the recruitment committee chose to focus on making a few recommendations to the National Council. Our first recommendation is that the recruitment committee be converted to a standing committee, meeting virtually on a monthly basis and tasked with creating a Phi Kappa Tau model recruitment profile for potential new members. Our second recommendation is that the executive offices designates a staff member or volunteer to assist chapters with social media support and posting as it pertains to chapter recruitment efforts.
Christopher and I
by chapter Bethany College. Recommendation number 3, the creation of a moderated, centralized recruitment forum via an online platform like Discord that allows for discussion amongst recruitment chairmen, offers sub-forums for chapters with similar profiles, and also uploading of shared documents and recruitment resources. Recommendation number 4, that the fraternity conduct a deep dive into competitive intelligence for other national fraternal groups to ascertain ideas and best practices of Phi Kappa Tau develops to its own holistic recruitment and retention program.
Zach Ogle, Delta Lambda Muskingum University. Recommendation number 5, require that all undergraduate members, chapter advisors, and DOG members complete the recruitment certification program via Fire Up. And recommendation number 6, the committee urges the National Fraternity to return to in-person programming in the vein of the Zenith Academy, allowing for face-to-face interaction and discussing amongst fraternity recruitment chairmen.
Thank you, gentlemen. Do we have a motion to accept the report? And y'all can make it if you'd like to.
Atlas Rosenberg, Gamma Alpha, Michigan Tech, so moved.
Do we have a second?
Zach Ogle, Delta Lambda Muskingum, second.
Been motion and second to make the report, to approve the report. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those for approval, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. And thank you, Jeremy. And I appreciate the new fired up module. Now, let me tell you one thing I want to say. Having been a former national recruitment advisor, our current recruitment advisor, Taylor Johnson, is also a protege of mine that set the national record of 66 members in the fall, initiating 59, which was also the Auburn University record. He has a report before you. This is the first rule of recruitment. And if you don't embrace this, you're in trouble. So here it is. Do not depend upon formal rush. Repeat it softly. See how that puts me? I'm gonna do it again. Do not depend upon formal rush. Repeat it softly. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving right along here. Andy, do we have any more delegates requests? Anything from delegates requests? If you'll come forward.
My undergraduate co-chair is going to give our report.
Justin Tardy, Beta Z, University of Georgia. We were basically only charged with discussing whether the amendments should be discussed at the conference here or at a future one, and most of them were already discussed. So we are going to defer to the National Council to decide if there is to be another meeting in this upcoming year to further discuss the amendments.
Okay. Justin, I have a question for you. Is the University of Georgia going for the 3P?
Of course, go Dogs.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You do? Yes. All right. I'm told we do have the results. The result is we have one winner outright. Congratulations, Andy Fruit. Andy, come on up.
I just want to say thank you all for putting the faith in me to do this work that needs to be done. I look forward to rolling the sleeves up, and we are definitely going to leave Phi Tau in a better place after my term than what we have found it when it started. So thank you, gentlemen. I look forward to getting the work done.
Now, this is how we leave. So the next 5 move up, and we will be able to process these on the clickers. Is that right? PJ, Logan will be able to do these 5? Okay. Okay, you just vote on ones. Is it right? Vote on one.
You don't. Because Andy won, there's only one person.
Strike through any fruit or highlight it. There you go. Thank you. Are you ready, Logan? Okay.
One vote per person, so it makes it easier. Yeah, that's what I thought. Did you offer them your example ballots? Yes. So they all had a representative in the room and everything, but I do have them. Yeah, I'll let Barry know too. Barry, by the way, the ballots are in here for inspection, but.
Okay. PJ has informed me the ballots are in here for inspection, but every candidate did have a representative at the counting, and there are no challenges.
Glory go.
Thank you, my gentleman from Georgia. While we're waiting to get that up, just one more thing about recruitment. Guys, make sure you get back to campus a week before school starts. Guys are moving in, they're bored, they're looking for something to do, so that's where you exploit that. So again, do not depend on formal rush. Make friends before you get back. In fact, you still have about 45 days on some campuses to continue to make friends over the summer and fill that funnel. So, and those of you who are on deferred rush, you have all fall to do this and make friends. So be inviting guys over all fall. Don't wait on formal rush in January. All right. While we're at it, I see the gentleman from Alpha Road chapter at Georgia Tech have passed out a how-to sheet on how they did their Southeast Regional Conference. So domain directors, blogs, even chapters, take a look at that, and you could do that too. So there's also, you have a section on YouTube. It's called Southeastern Regional Conference. You can see the different sessions and the job they did. So let's give the guys from Georgia Tech a hand for stepping up. Any announcements for tonight that can be made now? Has anybody got anything? Y'all remember Mark Shear, stand up. T-shirt contest opens pretty soon, opens now, so y'all be looking for postings on Mark Shearer's t-shirt content. I got the gentleman here first.
Alex Claros, Beta Mu chapter, Kent State. I just wanted to wish Rob Reese a happy birthday.
Oh, Rob Reese.
It's been a great help to me and my chapter.
Rob Reese. Happy birthday, Rob. I want to say turning 40 is quite the milestone. Congratulations. Brother Lipinski.
David Lipinski, Omicron Chapter, Penn State University. Concerning the model initiation, unless we have to make some schedule change, and that depends how we go forward, I still would like anybody who's going to be part of the ritual team to be in the room where we're planning the luncheon by 3 o'clock. So for rehearsal, we'll adapt to whatever we have to do depending on that, but that would be 3 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gentlemen.
Jeff Weintraub, Delta Tau, Cal Poly Pomona. Some of the members were wondering if a specific location for the group photo was assigned yet. Do we have an answer?
The main mezzanine area out when you walk, before you walk into the convention center is where we're going to congregate for the group photo. So the big wide open space, I'd like to see everybody there right after the initiation. Good question.
Thank you, Matt. Understand we are ready to vote with the clickers. Logan, can you prof the screen? Clerk will unlock the machine, and we will vote.
Vote for one.
Vote for one.
If we don't get a majority, I'm just gonna go back to make sure Logan sets up the runoff, but we're just gonna drop.
Okay. If we don't get the majority, we'll just go back and set up the runoff and drop the bottom. Mail-in ballots are being processed at the Bellagio with Matt Damon. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Last call, has everyone voted? 10 seconds. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. What was the total? 99? 100? We do not. No majority, drop the bottom one, and we'll come back up with the top four. Need a minute? We have an announcement.
I know Logan's a little bit busy, but I think we were going to show you a picture of our composite. So maybe we'll be able to get that. How many of you have gone by Pneumatic and done your picture? Hey, all right, that's great. So if you are a national volunteer of any kind, National Council, educational deans, domain directors, I know I'm not naming everybody, but and the staff already, please do that. If you've ever gone to phicapita.org, you'll find that we have a variety of different pictures of all of you who serve the national fraternity. And we want to utilize your photo. So I was talking to Sasha earlier, and I said, "How's your photo?" And he showed it to me, and I said, "You might want to go get another one." So if you are serving moving forward and currently, please stop by Lumatic and get a headshot. If you don't like it, just do it again. So make sure you do that. It looks like we got a lot of guys doing this, so it'd be fun. We want to publicize this a little bit with our partnership. So take a few minutes of your time and do that. Thank you.
And for those of you like me who have done that, just know that Logan has the complete Adobe Photoshop for retouching. Gentlemen.
Toby, Beta Zeta, New Mexico State University. I got about 20, 21, 22 bolo ties left. It don't do me any good to take them home and sit in the drawer. So first come, first serve, come by, get them. And I will make the donation, $10 a piece, to the camps. My dad taught me, don't be cheap.
Let's give Bob Toby a hand for putting the fun back in Vital.
Yep.
All right, clerk will bring up the ballot. And clerk will unlock the machine and let the voting begin. Is everyone voted? Is everyone voted? 30 seconds. I think that's the same number we had. Is that 100? 101. 101? 102? Pennsylvania, Kenley? All right, 10 seconds. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Still not a majority. We will drop. Look at those pretty fresh faces. Can we bring those up? We need some more. Is it still set up, Matt? It is set up out there. Okay. I see Brother Brothers back there, past national president. Raise your hand. I want to thank you for coming. Let's everybody get past national president. 20 years ago, in Brother Brothers, you probably don't remember this, but when I was on the council for the first time, elected in New Orleans, you told me something I've never forgotten, and that is lead from the heart, govern from the head. And I appreciate that. I think you're right. Thank you. Brother, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Bill Crane, Beta Chapter, University of Georgia. While we're vamping, this probably should come through the Delegates Request Committee, so I'll make it as a personal request. I'm old school and I still carry business cards, but most of these young men don't. It's a button push, Matt, and could be a new tradition we start on the back end of convention. Send everyone a list of the delegates attending with their contact information, rather than making them all pair phones, get it from each other, because friendships are made, and I won't list how many, but oftentimes it's hard to remember who was with which chapter, et cetera, if you didn't take the time to gather it. So just if you would share that information with all those who attended, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are ready for the next ballot. You can bring that up, Logan. Clerk will open the machine and let's proceed to vote. Is everyone voted? All right. Clerk will light the machine and record the vote.
No majority.
No majority. We'll drop.
And this will be it no matter what. Last one.
All right.
Open nominations, please.
As the late Donna Summer once sang, I think this is the last dance. Thank you, folks. All right, you bring up the ballot, Logan. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Is everyone voting? Is everyone voting? Looks like it. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Congratulations, Jerry DeMaio. Jeremy, come up.
Obviously, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your trust and confidence. Scott and I have been sitting next to each other most of this convention. And I told him if there's one guy that it's probably okay losing to, it's him. He's a class act. So thank you, Scott. And you're not going to get away from us so easily. There you go. So again, thank you so much. Everything I said before is true except for that discount on Microsoft software and Xbox games. But make sure you have my contact information before we leave. And let's do some great things this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. And I suspect you will see all our candidates that are going to be involved at some point. And we're having a really good team, and your passion is appreciated. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Phil Ford, Delta Sigma, Weber International University, as I did yesterday. I'd like to make a blanket vote of acclamation for our new vice president and our 2 national counselors all at once.
Motion for acclamation has been made. Is there a second? Somebody give me one. Thank you, Chad.
Chad Warwick, Alpha Phi University, Akron, second.
Thank you. Motion been accepted to accept the elections and acclamations of those elections. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you. Gentlemen, we are in a recess for lunch. Get it, go get it, and get back in here. We've still got a lot of business to take.
Okay, if you are, we're getting ready to go. Brother Mask is about wrapped up and ready to get us back into gear, so. Well, I got the mic real quick. I wanted to clarify one thing. When I asked for everybody about taking their picture for Pneumatic, I did point out that there are a few people I definitely want to make sure you get it done, but it is for everybody. I want everybody to take their picture. So for those of you that are serving the national fraternity and capacity, just definitely make sure you do it, but it is for everybody from there. So that was the one question I had.
If I could ask while we're still eating for National Chaplain Dave Lipinski come up and give us an invocation.
My dear brothers, 80 years ago, Paul Newman entered Ohio University and became a member of our Beta chapter. He soon left to serve our country in World War II. 35 years ago, Paul Newman started the Hole in the Wall Gang Camp, so children with life-threatening illnesses could escape their medical conditions for a little while, to just be kids, and in Paul's own words, to raise a little hell. From a single camp, it's grown into a worldwide organization, the Serious Funds Children Network, serving thousands of children and their families at camps from Ohio to Ireland to Vietnam. For over 25 years, Phi Kappa Tau has utilized the time, talent, and treasure of our brothers to support Brother Newman's dream. May we each day reaffirm our efforts so that more children will have a chance to raise a little hell. Amen.
Thank you. Next, although we have looked at much of this, we still have a financial report. Michael Loomis, what is your preference on this? Is it much different from what we've seen, and can we post it?
We can post.
If you'll go online.
Michael Loomis, City Alpha Chapter Belmont. We can make the report available to attendees, and I can make myself available for any questions. For attendees' benefit, it's the junior member on the Finance Committee, joined about a year ago and helped put together some of the rectified actions done over the past year, which are summarized in the report, along with just the normal updates of our finances, such as that we just completed our fiscal year 22 audit and how we're addressing them. So.
I'll take a motion to put the financial report in the minutes. Somebody else make that motion.
Chad Warwick, Alpha Phi Chapter, University of Akron, so moved.
Thank you. Brother Ward. Brother Bailey.
Ricky Bailey, Beta Iota, Florida State University, second.
Thank you. We can still bring any feature back up on new business, but to move a second to place the financial report in the minutes. All those for, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Next, we have, Jameson, do you want to do jurisprudence now? Okay, come on up. And y'all please pay attention because there's a lot of moving parts to this. Am I correct, Mr. Hurd?
You are correct.
Go ahead.
Jameson Hurd, Delta Beta, Evansville. Logan, can you please put up the documents? So while Logan's doing that, this is just to really clean up the Constitution. So one of the amendments we passed yesterday is now somewhat in conflict with another section. So what we're gonna have to do is reconsider that amendment, amend what is there, and then pass the entire thing. We're gonna try and make this as painless as possible, but I do want you to see all of the changes. So as soon as Logan gets up there, I will continue.
So while Logan's bringing it up, so let me get us in position. So what we're gonna have is a motion to reconsider. And a second. Not sure if it's debatable, we're looking at that.
Yes, I would like
It
to.
is debatable.
But we can do that. I just wanted to, I just want to go through it before I make
Okay.
that motion. Okay.
Please explain what you're doing there, James.
Brother President, Sasha Kansky, Epsilon Kappa Records, could we have a roll call vote before we vote, just so we can get it more for constitutional amendments?
Sure. I mean, do you want a clicker check? Yeah. Okay. Just because it does have to do with constitutional amendment, again, national presence or council or like that. So if you can bring us up for a quorum check, Logan. Thank you. Clerk will unlock the machine. Everybody please check in. Please put down the gravy and check in. It's like we may have a different quorum. Thank you. Keep it coming, as Casey and the Sunshine Band once said. Is everyone voting? Clerk will light the machine and record the vote. I mean, we got to continue. What was the number? 86. We have quorum. So- Reconsideration is simple majority, but you tell me when you're ready for that. So if you will illustrate the correction that is conflicting with the Constitution statute first. Thank you.
Thank you, Jameson Hurd, Delta Beta, Evansville. Logan, can you please scroll down so we can see the first change? Can you please scroll down just a little bit more so we can see what was changed? Yes, right there, cool. So this was the original as submitted, which was removing the voting rights of the foundation board members from the National Council. This was approved yesterday when we first considered this amendment. Can you please scroll to the next portion, please? Yes, this is the friendly amendment that changed the language about the undergraduate advisory board size to 10. Again, this is something that passed yesterday, and it's here just so you know if we're still doing this. Can you please scroll down to the next portion? This is the portion that is in conflict. So there was one section of the Constitution that dictates what members have voting rights on the National Council. Later down, there's this paragraph about the foundation, and it does say that they are voting members. So what I want to do is reconsider this amendment, do a friendly amendment to change this wording from voting to non-voting. Foundation board members will still be members of the National Council. If that is accepted, move to vote. So if we can do this really quickly, just please vote yes on everything. So I will make a motion to reconsider the amendments as shown.
Motion has been made to reconsider. Do we have a second?
JJ Lewis, Gamma Central Michigan University, got second.
Thank you. Simple majority, right? Yes, simple majority. Any discussion? Yes, sir, Mr. Reese.
Rob Reese, Beta Kent State University. So, God answers prayers. It's come up for reconsideration. I'm just curious, what's the rationale for removing the voting rights of the foundation representatives on the National Council?
Is there a person who speaks to that?
Thank you for the jacket, Mr. Hayes.
John Hayes.
Recognize the gentleman.
John Hayes, Old Dominion Game and Talk. Point of order first. The content of the document is not up for debate currently, correct? This is a motion to reconsider.
Correct.
That needs to pass before we discuss the document. And that's where my point of order comes in.
That is correct.
Has that passed yet?
No. Now, back to the gentleman's question here, Mr. Reese. Restate your question.
Well, I think Brother Hayes is right. I'll just defer until we
get to it.
And
main motion.
Maybe it doesn't get reconsidered.
Okay. Thank you. All right, we have a motion to reconsider. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. And now we're back to reconsider the main motion. Discussion.
Brother President, Jameson Hurd, Delta Beta, Evansville. I would like to make a motion to approve, I would like to ask the submitters of the amendment to accept my friendly amendments as shown on the screen.
Right, so this came from the National Council. Does any member of the National Council object to a friendly amendment? Seeing none, put the amendment in place or have you placed it?
So now it should be ready. I do want to say that this does not change the germaneness of the original intent of the amendment that we passed yesterday.
Okay. Now we go back to the gentleman's questions over here. Mr. Reese, will you state your question?
Yeah, my question is just from the submitters of the proposed amendment. What's the rationale for removing the voting rights for the foundation representatives on the National Council?
Does any member of the council would like to respond? Gentleman here.
John Hayes, Yamaha, Old Dominion, National Councilor. The count of brothers on the council is approximately 10 with votes, including 2 foundation members. When you reverse that and you put 2 of our counselors on the foundation, we get 2 of approximately 25 votes today. 22. So the foundation's influence on the National Council and the national fraternities' votes is substantially larger and larger proportion than the councils or the fraternities operating respectively representing this body to the foundation. So the foundation has approximately 20% of every decision made that's inside, and we have approximately 2%. So by removing the foundation's votes, it then levels it out. This is what we suggested. I'm speaking, I have the microphone. If you'd like to go over there.
That is correct. No sidelines. Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
That is the reason it first came forward. We're trying to find a way to work together, but at the same time, some of the stuff potentially, the CAPA situation may not have been in the same play.
A question, we have a response. I'll allow counter response. Well, hold on for Mr. Reese. Do you have a follow-up?
Not so much a follow-up, just I guess I would disagree. I mean, it's long held, the National Council has voting representation on the foundation board. The foundation board has had the same on the National Council. I don't know that, because we did see yesterday, while it failed, there was a proposal to remove the foundation representatives entirely. I just think it's a little inappropriate, and I don't think it's necessary. So I'd encourage the body to vote it down.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Gentleman from California.
Ray Carlos, Cameron National Council member. To simplify this, and the need for this is that representation matters. No one on the foundation was elected by the convention. They were appointed by the foundation board, and the foundation board selects its own members. There was no democracy in having foundation members on the National Council. They are not elected members, they're appointed. We need to make sure that when we are talking about closing chapters, that the undergraduate on this room and the alumni have voted those members to make that decision on the National Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments? Mr. Hurd.
Jameson Hurd, Delta Beta, Evansville. I move to accept the amendment as shown in its entirety.
Yeah, the motion is required, so this will take a 2/3, is that right? This will take a 2/3 of the statute. All right. Logan, can we do, well, I'm gonna try, let's do a hand vote first. All those 4 passage as amended, please raise your hand. Delegates only, no national presidents or past presidents or council. Or non-voting members. I only have 58, so we're gonna ask for the clickers. I'm not sure that's right.
58 is based on Sasha's count, he gets more.
It's not 2/3.
Based on what number Sasha just ran.
I got it.
That was 2/3.
All right,
But it's up to you.
I'm gonna do a clicker on this. Based on the number that Sasha has, 58 would qualify, but I don't want any yet, and we're gonna do it. So Logan, if you can bring up the ayes and nays.
Brother parliamentarian, if you could meet me at the AV table. So we can get the right language for the title of our vote.
Jameson, while we're waiting, do we have anything else to dispose of from jurisprudence?
All we have are 3 statutes that I am going to be referring to council because of time.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're set? All right. All those for the motion statute as amended, please vote aye. All against, please vote no. Requires 2/3. Is it open? Okay, thank you. Is everyone voted? Everyone voted, 30 seconds. Looks like we've lost about 17, 18 delegates. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. I think that's 2/3. Motion passes. Thank you. John, we want to proceed with the minutes of the National Council. Are you ready for that? All right, let's go ahead with that. Thank you. Councilman Hayes will give us the minutes of the previous National Convention.
Logan, can you pull them up, please? John Hayes, Old Dominion, Yamato National Council. I'm a standard that I would expect of a national convention minutes. Just want to bring it up front. The reason for that is that somehow the previous CEO who's responsible for producing those did not. our staff sat through Tim Holman's audio, video, YouTube of the National Convention, all probably 20-some plus hours, and listened to it intently and transcribed it. And then from that transcription, that's what we got the other day, which was approximately 30 pages long of every bit of discussion, every announcement made, all of that stuff. From there, I took that and asked that we don't submit it yet, went back, cleaned it up, and this is what we have. I've listened at times where we couldn't find who seconded or who the person was, and tried to find that voice track, and some of them I was able to correct, some of them I wasn't. This is what we have. It's the best recollection of what we have currently today. I have been told by our current CEO that this will not occur this next time. And based upon the work he's already done for us, I have no doubt in my mind that it will be done the correct way. So if you're looking through the document on your phone or on your item, approximately first 7 pages is the actual minutes. In places where there were resolutions, those resolutions are listed with their motion, their second, and the vote count. Those motions or those resolutions, the verbiage is at the very end. And then everybody that was here last time knows, there was one roll call vote. Those roll call votes were cut out of this main document and placed in an appendix that is a PDF document that is attached. And that has the entire roll call vote, the best that we could make. With that said, Brother Vice President, I submit the minutes of the 63rd National Convention for approval. 64th National Convention for approval.
Councilman Hayes, let me ask you a question, just hypothetical. Given the dilatory and the nature of this minutes, what is the ramifications of this body not approving them or approving them with prejudicial disfavor or something like that? Because we're asking them a lot. So if they don't approve them, what is the effect?
As a corporate board, right, we have to approve our minutes. I wish there was a way or something, well, you don't. You can send them back to be edited and revised and then come back out. But ultimately, those minutes have to be approved at some point. And as much as this is convention, this is the equivalent of a stockholder meeting, and minutes business has to be done. I don't know how to present this in a fashion that we could say, this isn't what we expected. This may not be, I don't know how to place a caveat on it.
Okay.
And there was a brother here that had that knowledge, that does corporate style work, that could say, we could place a caveat on this as this is the best recollection of what we have with the resources we have available today to do so. I'm happy to entertain that. I do think that that's probably worthwhile if we're able to do so.
Say that again.
If there was a way to caveat this, that we've taken all efforts to produce the minutes that are as complete as possible, we've exhausted those efforts, and this is the best recollection of the minutes based off the technology we have, and we approve them that way. I just don't know the best way on it.
Okay, if I could speak to that, I think we've got a lot of bigger fish to fry over these minutes, and I think everybody knows the nature of the minutes, and that will be so stated in these minutes. So I would just suggest we approve them and move on. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Point of information, David Dean, Beta Phi Westminster College. I was just going to suggest similarly and state that the minutes we can't move to reopen and correct and amend minutes on in the future should we at some point come up with better or different information. So we're not saddled with them. We can accept them and move on.
Okay. So I would accept a motion to approve the minutes and move on and not spend any more time because we have bigger fish to fry.
John Hayes, Old Dominion, Gimatall, National Counselor, said move.
Mr. Bailey.
Ricky Bailey, Beta Iota, Florida State, second.
Thank you. It's been moved to accept the minutes and move on. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Brother Vice President,
Yes, sir.
previously, or John Hayes, Old Dominion Game and Talk, previously, we submitted the report of the enactments. We did not accept or approve those at that time. Would this be an appropriate time to submit those for acceptance?
It does, it makes sense. How long will it take, do you think?
I'm gonna
Could we have a scroll?
say the same scroll we had before, haven't changed.
Okay.
So John Hayes, Game and Talk, Old Dominion, move to approve or accept or approve the record of enactments reported earlier.
Brother Crane.
Bill Crane, Beta Z chapter, what we discussed earlier when we tabled this was accepting the enactments as reported out, not approving all of the actions by the council in the preceding years. So if he's motioning to approve, that's different than what was tabled 2 days ago.
I apologize.
That is correct.
I apologize, Brother Crane, Brother Vice President. John Hayes, Game and Talk, Old Dominion, move to accept the report of the enactments.
Move to accept the report of the enactments, not approval. Is there a second? Brother Ford.
Phil Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber International University, move to second.
Motion's been made and seconded to accept the report. Any further discussion? All those for, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Next. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Phil Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber University. I think it's a disservice, it's a point of information, it is a disservice to be sending stuff electronically to delegates that are here, who don't use their cell phones or any other type of device to look at stuff before we get here. This stuff should have been submitted to us a long time ago before we even left our homes to come here. I have the desktop, I'm a dinosaur, and I'll admit it. But I don't have access to any of this stuff that they keep saying, oh, we sent it out this morning. That does me no good as a delegate. I don't know what I'm voting on because I can't read it.
Chair agrees. You gotta do better. All right. Next, we move to financial report. Brother, did you want to bring back up or did we? Okay, we dispense with that. All right, let's move to education. Dr. Don Stansberry. Here he is. Dr. Stansberry, thank you.
Don Stansberry, Beta Chapter, Ohio University. There are some other members of our education team. I'm not sure if the undergrads are here. If not, Michael will jump in. First of all, I just want to point out the members of our team have done a lot of great work over this past year. Programs such as Zenith and the Career Connection program that we had yesterday. They've really done some outstanding work as well. So Chad Warwick, Guillermo Flores, Jeff Brown, Tim Papa, Fred Tugas, Michael Lukens, John Mounts, and a special shout out to Drake for being our staff member. So if we could just give them a round of applause, that would be awesome. So I do just want to take 1 minute to make sure everyone is aware. When we talk about educational programs, we're talking about the Zenith program, the Growth program, Progress, Building Men of Character, all those educational programs that we send our men to. And so as you think about the value that we bring to our undergraduate men and for our alumni to think about their experience, yesterday we talked about skills, this is really where we're focusing on the educational component of the fraternity. And so a very important piece of this, we've had several conversations with our new CEO about the importance of education and where that needs to fall within the organization. So feel great about our discussions with Matt on the direction that we're moving. So we also, I'd like to turn the next part of our report over to Michael with 2 resolutions that we'd like to bring forward for consideration. All right.
Are these from the education committee?
Yes.
Okay.
Michael Lukens, Alpha Pi, University of Washington. Are Brad and Jack here? There's one. I'm going to turn it over to Brad to read the first one, and Jack is making his way over. Awesome.
Logan, if we could pull up the one entitled Education Staff, we'll start there.
Brad Smith, Gamma Alpha, Michigan Tech. A resolution to provide an educational experience. Whereas Phi Kappa Tau's strategic plan states that our organization shall provide a differentiated value of membership through personal and professional growth and engagement. And whereas a pillar of that aspect of the strategic plan lays out the goal of 75% of undergraduate participation in an impactful Phi Kappa Tau educational program prior to graduation. And whereas this fraternal body needs a compelling answer to the question, why should I join Phi Kappa Tau over every other fraternity? And whereas our National Education Committee is a body of volunteers with obligations and commitments, both professional and personal, beyond the fraternity. And whereas the National Convention, the National Council, and the National President together reserves the obligation to direct the Chief Executive Officer to supervise and administrate the affairs of the fraternity. Whereas greater harmonization is needed between chapters' educational needs and the reality of the fraternal experience. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Brothers of Phi Kappa Tau and Convention that the Chief Executive Officer should employ on a full-time basis an educational liaison, and be it resolved further that this position shall coordinate, develop, and oversee the logistics of a unified national education policy in accordance and in coordination with the direction of the National Education Committee Director and Deans, as well as perform other duties assigned. Sponsored by the Education Committee as a whole, submitted to the convention floor by the Education Committee with a recommendation to approve.
Is there a second to the resolution?
I second the resolution. Jack Palmer, Epsilon Delta, Virginia Wesleyan University.
Thank you. Any discussion? Brother Ford.
Bill Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber International University. As of yesterday, if I'm understanding this correctly, we're asking to appoint a position or create a position, a paid position, with no source of funding available in this motion.
Yeah, you're correct. As we discussed yesterday, I'm not sure if you got here yet. The resolutions are non-binding and truly recommendations.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll address that. We did take to heart.
No, please.
Sorry, Michael
Assume the
Lutz,
position.
Washington. We did, as an education committee, take to heart the discussion yesterday. This is worded, first off, it's non-binding, it's a resolution. Secondly, it's worded as a should, not a will, to address that information. Understanding that there are logistics to do to make this happen. This is just a vote by this body to emphasize the importance of education and an educational experience for this fraternity, and providing an idea to be able to back that up.
Any further discussion on the resolution? All right. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Next.
Jack Palmer, Epsilon Delta, Virginia Wesleyan University. I'll read the second resolution. A resolution to provide an educational experience. A resolution of the 65th National Convention of the Phi Kappa Tau Fraternity. Whereas Phi Kappa Tau strategic plan states that our organization shall provide differentiated value of membership through personal and professional growth and engagement. And whereas the National Education Committee offers a slate of educational programs for the benefit of our undergraduate members, available nationally, virtually, and in situ. And whereas this fraternal body needs a compelling answer to the question, why should I join Phi Kappa Tau over every other fraternity? Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Brothers of Phi Kappa Tau in Convention that our undergraduate chapter shall commit to 75% of undergraduates participating in an impactful Phi Kappa educational program prior to graduating. And be it resolved further that our fraternity commits itself to develop and hone a suite of educational programming that meets the needs of our undergraduate brothers. Sponsored by the Education Committee as a whole, submitted to the convention floor by the Education Committee with a recommendation to approve.
Is there a second?
JJ Lewis, again, Lambda Central Michigan University. I second the motion.
Any further discussion? All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Any discussion of the education report, Dr. Stansberry, anything? Anybody have anything? Nope. Okay.
That concludes
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
Yeah, put it in, Jack.
Gentlemen?
Go ahead.
Brother President.
Can you go to this mic and let Dr. Stansberry have that mic? Are you making queries of the chair?
Brother President, Nathaniel Groovy, Alpha Rho Chapter, Georgia Tech. I have a couple of inquiries for the chair of the Education Committee, respectfully. I just had a few questions. According to the invoices that my chapter received in fall 2022 and spring 23, our chapter and all chapters played a flat $765 due to for educational programs, regardless of their size, each semester. Is that accurate?
I will look to the national office staff and council to confirm that the number he's giving is correct. Is that right, brother? Structure is correct. So
That is correct.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brother Lewis.
Okay, I just wanted to ask for the purposes of clarification, what is the purpose of that fund?
My understanding of the purpose of that fund is to support the educational programs and resources that we provide for our undergraduate and graduate members.
What like specific events does it fund, or is there like specific initiatives that happen each semester that fund actually goes to?
So, yes, I can tell you what, since I've been the chair, what we've spent money on, which was the Growth Summit, Zenith, and then any supplies or anything that we've needed. We did Leadership Academy last year. And I think this may address an underlying question that we've been wrestling with as an education committee. And the entire time that I've been on the education committee, and this goes back to when I first graduated in the 90s and then 2000, I have never seen an education budget. So the education.
Say that again. I'm sorry, we couldn't hear you. If you get just a little closer to the mic. Thank you, Doctor.
Yep, no worries. I just want to make it clear that the education team has never been provided with a budget or guidance in terms of how much we have to spend on each program, how much we should be allocating per man, the cost of a hotel, the cost of supplies, and the entire time that I've been involved with the education program dating back, so it's way before some of you were born. So I understand your questions and I will answer them as best we can, but we've not been able to get those answers as well. And it's something that our CEO and our education committee has talked with several times with Matt, so he understands our frustration as we're trying to plan for programming for you. And sometimes there is money, and then other times like we really have to manage the budget, but we still don't know what we're managing. So I think your question has come up in several other forums where we've asked the same question as what is our money going to. In fact, there was a national council discussion as well with some folks asking about the educational fund. So I would encourage us as a brotherhood to continue to ask that question and how are we using those dollars to support our men's personal and professional growth.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and just start today then. As a brotherhood, I'm asking the question. We've been paying $765 for this semester and last semester. And it is your opinion as the education chair that you don't know exactly how that money was used, and you certainly did not get it to be able to implement the programs that you would like to implement.
And I'm looking at my brothers over there to make sure I'm not, because I'm speaking for all of us, that we have asked this question several times, how much do we have to spend? What's the budget? What should we be staying within? What do we need to do? And we have really flown by the seat of our pants to try and make programs happen.
Okay, excellent. So I'm a little thinking on the spot here because I'm a little surprised by your answer, frankly. I appreciate your honesty. So I'd like to just ask the question perhaps to the presiding officer or anybody else who may know the answer then. Where did the money go and what was it used for? Because $765 is a lot of money as a flat rate for both bar chapters and small chapters because that's a flat rate.
So you're asking where did the $765 for both semesters?
That's what I'm saying.
Don, you want to try to answer it, and I may have to relinquish the gavel.
I can't answer your question in terms of the breakdown of dollars. I mean, I would be making something up and speculating the same as I think all of us are doing. And that's all I could do at this point.
Excellent. So a point of information just for the brothers, because I was looking at our chapter invoices for the past year and a half. In spring 2022, my chapter and likely your chapters as well were assessed a $200 spring programming fee. I believe, and I could be wrong, that this $200 semesterly fee was replaced by $765 that we paid twice over the course of the year. And arguably, less educational programs have happened. You are not receiving that money to be able to implement those programs. And every single chapter here is being cheated.
I can address some of this.
I think Dr. Stansberry might agree. Now, let me just make an inquiry of Brother Loomis. There is an education budget, though, correct, for various conferences, from regional to other things. Brother Loomis.
If I can maybe provide a little bit of clarity, and admittedly, this is an area we've been having a lot of discussion about how to improve in the last several months that I've been involved in this process. Michael Loomis, Zeta Alpha Chapter Belmont. Last year's approved budget of the fraternity of the National Council contained $187,000 attributed to educational program expenses that's funded by the pool that's created by the dollars that you pay in the spring and the fall. Those funds are earmarked specifically and can only be used for educational programs. And the way that we collect them, they become essentially a liability on our balance sheet, and they're expensed when we hold the educational program against the participation that funds your members there. There are a lot of improvements we need to make around how that's actually managed between the executive offices and the education committee. But I just want to provide some assurance, there is a budget. Last year it was $187,000, went to Zenith, went to Leadership Academy, it went to Progress and other programs that we delivered. And that funding is earmarked and can only be used to support educational funding.
Thank you. Let me ask this of Dr. Stansberry, in all fairness. So who drives the education programs? Is it the education committee? Is it the council? Or is it the staff, in your honest opinion? Who drives, who should drive? If you can help me with that.
Yeah. I think our model right now is a mix of all of that, because I don't think we have clear direction, right, in terms of what is our overall education program. I like to describe our education programs right now as like duct tape and Band-Aids. It's that we're doing little things, but how do they fit into the overall picture of development of our men? And so some of the programs have come forward out of the education team. Some have been in consultation with our national council and some things that they would want to see. And then the national office has some expectations as well. And so as we evolve, as we've talked so much about this being an important time for the university, for us as a fraternity, is I think we have to make that distinction in terms of who is the decision maker. Are we an advisory committee? You know, right now we're the advisory committee and the curriculum writing committee and the implementation committee. So we're everything to all people, and that's not the best use of our time and resources.
Chair would agree. The gentleman from Georgia.
Bob Ragsdale, Beta Z chapter of the University of Georgia. The educational group ought to be answerable to someone. Do you make quarterly reports? Do you make semi-annual reports to council? Who do you report to? Who is your ultimate governance body?
Yes, that's sort of what I was asking. The gentleman from Mississippi, we'll go back if You can wrap it up or any motions you have to make. Brother.
Brother
Nelson.
Ask, Steve Nelson, University of Southern Mississippi, Bay Epsilon chapter. I'd like to reflect this back to you. Did you get the answer you needed about where that $765 per semester went?
I appreciate the answers that I have received. I appreciate the honesty that I have gotten from asking these questions. I know they weren't expected, but I am still a little confused. The spring 2023 $765, I was under the impression it was supposed to go to things like, Leadership Academy or Progress or things along those lines. These events that have happened in the past and are not happening this year.
Regional conference?
Regional conferences for one. I just point of personal privilege here. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but one chapter, my particular chapter, kind of took this on our own, and we did it without funding from nationals.
Maybe I can help you there. Historically, institutional memory wise, there was a plethora of leadership and training programming since the beginning of the first Presidential Academy, Leadership Academy every summer, conclave in the off season, regional conferences, as many as 8 around the country. And I think the fraternity got off track with COVID. Okay. I think the fraternity lost its income stream during COVID. I think the fraternity is now still trying to recover. That's not making an excuse, but you have to also remember that we didn't have a CEO this past spring. We had an interim CEO. And for whatever reason, he decided it was best, he couldn't pull it off as an interim CEO. He canceled the regional conferences. Okay. I think I think everything you say should be addressed. But I think we have to ask for some grace as an organization now that we have a professional CEO that is committed to moving us forward. We have a new council that is committed to make sure these imperatives are met. We have a new president, a new vice president that's going to lead us out of the dark ages again. So I hope to see everything that you've requested restored. And I assure you it used to exist, but I would say over the last 2.5 years, we have really dropped the ball as an organization.
I understand. Thank you very much for your responses. I joined this fraternity in 2020. I associated in 2021. I'm graduating this year. I've never seen many of these programs. I didn't go to Leadership Academy, but we did send somebody. I understand that we're recovering, but at the end of the day, all the chapters were assessed $765. And it is my understanding that the money that was intended to go to a specific purpose. That was what we had agreed upon, I'm sure, at a previous convention, as it was raised from $200 to $765 about a little back ago. And I think it might be in order. I'd like to recommend a motion. I can't make the motion, but to recommend a motion that the money that was assessed from this spring 2023 semester be credited to the fall 2023 semester to fulfill those programs that we have aforementioned. I look forward to them being reinstated here pretty soon. Thank you.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
David Lipinski, I'm working on chapter Penn State. Just to inform the people, the convention is the most important thing we're doing now. So rehearsals for model initiation and all that schedule won't start until we're done here. We were originally planning to start at 3 o'clock. We'll wait till we have the business done and then be directed by the chair what we should do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Brother Mounts.
Thank you. John Mounts, Omicron chapter, Penn State, member of the Education Committee, and I appreciate our undergraduate members' questions and concerns about that. I think all of the members of the Education Committee have felt the frustration of the impact of COVID, the changing needs, but also our opportunity to do some of the things that Brother Nelson talked about, which is think strategically, and our Education Committee has thought strategically about what programs moving forward we need to have. And so I want to make sure that we are working diligently as a committee to deliver exactly what our undergraduate members are asking for, which is quality programming that fits the amount of money that they are paying for.
Okay, I feel compelled to speak on this and not from the presiding officer perspective. So if I can ask Brother Loomis to come up and preside and recognize me on the floor.
Brothers recognized.
Barry Mask, National Vice President, Alpha Lambda, Auburn University. I think there needs to be some context to this. On February 4th, in the staff notes, interim CEO Sam Medley announced that the regional conferences were to be canceled. Now, I want to go to Dr. Stansbury's point, which I have total confidence in him and his committee. I've seen their recommendations and I've seen the way they try to operate. And that's why I asked the question, who's driving this? Because there seems to be some ambiguity, and at times, once it gets to Oxford, it lays there. Now, to the gentleman, the undergrad's point, so you were charged, the chapters were charged $765 education pool assessment. That is a fact. The question must be asked, and I already know the answer. What did they receive? They received nothing. Now, some tried to challenge it and said, no, they got the thing we did in January, the Officers Institute. No, that was paid for by the fall semester or some online. So we continue to charge our young men and not deliver. Also, and I'm just asking, I need to go back and check myself. In the COVID year, spring of 20, we canceled the many of the conferences. Does anybody from previous council? I don't know, I'm being honest. Were those funds refunded? Does anybody recall?
I can answer it.
Thank you.
As a fact, funds were not refunded. They were held for future years. The first couple of programs that we did coming out of COVID were funded with those holdover funds, but they were not refunded or credited.
Okay. So we have a system where, I mean, again, your money was kept. So this raises a lot of issues. Dr. Stansbury, I believe somebody's got to make the point that, you know, the committees, the advisory committees help drive this and the staff implements. Because I've seen the stuff that you and Mr. Mounts and what y'all do and turn out is really good. But if we can't implement it, we've got a problem. Secondly, going back to what Brother Nelson was saying on the regional conferences, we used to do these on a volunteer basis. That's how they started. Board of Governors, domain directors, House Corporation would call each other in the region and put this together, okay? And then in 2009, 2010, the national offices took them over, okay? Said we need to unify the curriculums and do all that stuff. I know it was noble, but having been to a few, they were not good. It was a stale box from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. See you. So we need to enable, if we're going to move forward, we need to issue RFPs, get on this sooner. And I think we've got a new CEO that's going to do that. I know that's going to be a priority of Mike McCrone. But our men and our alumni deserve better educational offerings. They need to be put up sooner. And for God's sakes, at least 30 days beforehand, have the agenda and the speakers finalized and posted publicly so that we're not stuck saying, oh, y'all, come on, it's going to be good. What's in it? We don't know. We'll let you know when you get there. That does not work. Thank you. Brother Lewis. Brother French.
Michael French, Beta Mu, Kent State. I feel compelled to stand and remove any doubt that Sam somehow was, as our interim CEO, was responsible alone with staff in making these decisions. He worked with members of council in the best interest of this body. And so I strongly, I commend Sam for the work that he has done. Although you may have disagreements with him, I do not believe it is fair to blame him. With that, we have already passed a resolution to adopt a national education advisor, and I move to end debate.
That's up to the delegates in the undergrad. Is there any second to end debate? Seeing none, purpose of the gentleman rise.
I'm starting to worry about us losing quorum.
Please assume the position.
Bill Crane, Beta Z Chapter, University of Georgia. I'm not here to second. I've got a new business issue and several signatures on it, and I'm starting to worry about the clock and us losing quorum. So it's on a separate matter, but it relates to all the financial concerns we've been speaking to. I wanted to make the chair aware of it before we lose too many votes in the room.
All right, let us get out of this issue. Mr. Lewis.
JJ Lewis, Ann Lambda, Central Michigan University. I move to accept the Education Committee report.
Is there a second?
Michael French, Kent State, Beta Mu, second.
Any further discussion? You want to speak on this or you waiting? It's been moved and seconded to accept the education report. Is there any further discussion? All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Bill Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber International University. I'd like to make a motion that the spring semester 765 be credited to our chapters for the fall of this coming year, since they received nothing. Further, as part of that motion, I'd like to see the amount of $1,097.27 sent to our brothers at the Alpha Road chapter to subsidize the event that they did, and they had a financial loss on, since there was no benefit received from the money the undergraduates paid. That's my motion.
Can you restate the motion?
The motion.
And hand the motion in writing to the clerk back there.
I will do that. The motion is that the money paid, 765, paid in the spring semester of this past year. I'll make it a one-part motion. That the spring semester educational fund dues of 765 be credited to the fall chapter bills.
It's been moved and seconded that the spring 23 765 education full assessment be credited to the fall 2023 bill. Is there a second?
Sam Drucker, Beta Omicron, University of Maryland. I second that motion.
Thank you. Any discussion? Gentlemen.
Michael Loomis at Alpha Chapter Belmont. I just wanted to provide some clarifying information for the body. The way the pool is set up, it is not set up as you pay in the fall and you get exactly that amount in the fall. You pay in the spring, you get exactly that amount in the spring. It builds up as a pool. We should be delivering value at every step along the way, but it's budgeted on a fiscal year basis and it's used as we execute programs. So I just wanted to make everybody aware that essentially what this would do would be to reduce the pool available to use on Leadership Academy later this summer and subsequent programs in the future. So I just want to make sure that is clear to the body.
All right, I might have to bring you back up because I may have to speak to this. Brother Ford.
As the maker of the motion, from what I'm understanding, the money was not spent in the last fiscal year. The money that comes in this fall starts the next fiscal year. If the money was not spent, for the good of the chapters deserve a credit for that money.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Arnold, Chief Executive Officer.
I'm not sure I'm gonna recognize you. I don't really see you. I don't think I'm supposed to recognize you. So why don't you come up here first and tell me, because you're not a delegate. Yes, Colbert, all right, thank you for the clarification. Please assume the position, Mr. Arnold.
Matt Arnold, Chief Executive Officer.
Please proceed.
Gentlemen, I want to remind you, April 10th was the first day I started on this job. And I've been working very hard to figure out how we are good stewards of your money. The money that you put into the leadership pool is still in that. In the plan for the next fiscal year, our goal is to take a look at the programs that we want to provide, take a look at the money that we have in the pool, and figure out how to make a cost-effective way to deliver the education programs that have been lacking. So my point to you is there's a couple ways this could happen. We can certainly refund you the money, but then I have to make the choice of two things. Either reduce the programs that you so badly want, or I go to the National Council and ask them to approve a budget that increases the cost to be able to deliver the programs that you want. So the money is there, it's earmarked and available for us to utilize for the programs that you want. I want to be a good steward to you to be able to provide those programs that I've been told routinely are differentiators in the Phi Kappa Tau experience against our competitors. So I want you just to consider that. We've got to make really tough decisions. I understand the point, but I also want you to know that there are limitations that come from our ability to deliver. So that's what I just wanted to share with the floor.
Gentleman from Georgia.
Bill Crane, Beta Z chapter of the University of Georgia. And Mr. Arnold, you would know some of what I'm about to relay, so this is not aimed at you. As recently as 10 or 15 years ago, we had a full-time foundation paid for educational programs director. About 15 years ago at this time, we had a full-time director of alumni programming. We actually had a few more members, but about the same amount of revenue. But one key difference, most of our educational programming was staffed by, hold your breath for a moment, Phi Kappa Tau alumni volunteers. So with respect to our friends in Greekdom and other houses and sororities, etc., we didn't always bring in and pay the travel expenses and fees of Greek professionals from other campuses, not to say they're not talented or knowledgeable, or speakers, oftentimes ignoring some very talented folks we have within our own family and network. So we've shifted models, and I hope part of what you look at, Chief Executive Officer Arnold, is which model is more effective from a cost standpoint and an attendance standpoint. As recently as 7 years ago, the regional academies were more significantly attended than convention. And I particularly feel some responsibility here because as an undergraduate and later young alumni, with some other people in this room, we created all of these prepaid fees so that you guys would have already spent the money and not have to come up with 3 weeks before convention, $750 a person to be here. That those dollars would be banked. But again, there was a significant shift in the way the programs were marketed and the way you received information about attending. And again, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse. We got a lot of other things accomplished today. The current laurel, which the spring laurel with the football coach on the cover, about this convention, and you can grab a few copies out in the hallway, mentions Las Vegas once. It's about this big, and the street address of this hotel is not there. I believe, Mr. Arnold, we made a shift away from pushing our programs because they cost money, collecting the fees, using that to pay other revenue programs when your education program chair doesn't even have a budget, and essentially subsidizing other areas of expenditure with the program fees while attendance shrunk. And that's not helpful to anybody. That's not helpful to staff. The organization doesn't grow. But our numbers, our aggregate numbers, even though we have more programs, are down by over 50 to 75% of what they were 10 years ago. So we made some significant shifts in the way we structured. We did away with the domain director program, and here we are. So I would say as you move forward, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We maybe just have to go back and look at a few 67 Chevys and some very high-performing vehicles that we already have. Thank you.
Gentlemen.
JJ Lewis, Gamma Lambda, Central Michigan University, Go Fire Chips. Looks like a lot of this is about transparency and increasing transparency in our member-based brotherhood organization. And we have a new CEO, and I would urge all of us to vote this down and allow our CEO and new council the time to do some of the fixing that needs to be done, but give them a little bit of time, a little bit of leeway so that they can help us forge into the future. With that, I call the question.
I'm not going to recognize call for the question. This is a very important issue that the undergraduate will bring, and that is what we're going to do. For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Phil Ford, Weber College, Delta Sigma chapter. I understand everything that's been said, but it's a simple matter. The money is in the fund, similar to what they said with the housing fund. The money's there, we just haven't spent it. If it's there and has not been spent, give it back to the chapters this year. Chief Executive Officer, you're going to get more money coming in, but you already have part of that money. It's not fair to use money they have paid in the past to pay for future programming when they did not get past programming. It's as simple as complicated as that. All I'm saying is, and I care about our undergraduates, be glad I didn't run for council, because I promise if I had been on council, they would hate me. Because I am not afraid to stand up against anybody or everybody in this room. I have lived in chapters for over 15 years as a resident advisor, and I hate to see them being assessed money for particular purposes that is never spent for that purpose. It's as simple as that. So I would encourage our undergraduates and graduate delegates to approve this motion, give them back the money as a show of good faith, knowing that more transparency is going to happen in the future. We can't change the past. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying do what's right, because it's the right thing to do.
Gentlemen.
Jack Aldini, St. John's University, Gamma Gamma. Brother Ford, I really respect your opinion, but I stand here in disagreement, and the reason is this. I don't know if you guys are stringing together the things that we've gone through over the last couple of days, but there's a real problem with policy and procedure and follow through and execution that's kind of like systemic across all these things, right? And that, for example, Brother Nelson in the Housing Fund is making a lot of changes around the policies and procedures and kind of shoring that up. You saw that around the CAPA findings, where things that were not really done real well, we've gone back and tried to clean it up and make it really above board and market kind of conditions. It's the same thing here in the educational program. It's the same model over again. And that is, it's broken, it wasn't working. There are some serious players here who are trying to make that better. I think, one of the things, Matt has been running like full steam. I was in Oxford a couple of weeks ago, and I saw him, and he is just running around that office, doing all kinds of stuff, from one phone call with volunteers and all these different things. And I think, although I agree that yes, the money wasn't spent and you should get it back, it's a relatively, I don't want to say insignificant amount, but it's a small amount relative to the overall thing. And I think fundamentally by taking it away, you're cutting the legs out from underneath the educational program going into next year. And I think if you ask Matt, and I encourage you to ask him, that his intention is for us to have a banner educational program in the coming year, that's coming in this fiscal year. And I know that he's working very hard to make that happen. And I hate to see him start out with a handicap and then we're back here complaining about it a year from now. And he's like, well, I had half the budget I was supposed to have because I gave you back $700 something so that you could, whatever you're gonna do with it.
No. Brother Loomis, will you come back up? I'm gonna have to speak.
Barry Mask, National Vice President, Alpha Lambda Auburn University. Mr. Albanese, I appreciate the comments you said. It still must stand. We've already heard Brother Loomis earlier say that in the COVID year, nobody got any refunds. You didn't receive none. There was absolutely no reason to cancel these regional conferences. No reason, except someone couldn't execute it. But by gosh, what do you know? Our constituency, our customers, these lousy old members at Alpha Rho at Georgia Tech pulled it off the way we used to. Now, that's wrong for you not to receive nothing 2 years in a row for your educational pool. And I would say, support the motion. If what Mr. Arnold's going to do, and the staff's going to do, and the education committee's going to do, make them prove it. Because right now, what you're buying is a pig in a poke, what you've really been buying. It didn't matter how good or how terrible the educational program was, you've already paid for it. In the marketplace, you don't do that. Somebody puts up a conference, you look at it, you look at the agenda, you look at the speakers, and you decide if it's worth it. We can't even produce a schedule 2 or 3 weeks out from a conference. Y'all come, it's gonna be good. What's in it? I don't know. We'll tell you when you get there. I think you've been jerked around enough, and I think you need to send a signal. And I'm sorry I have to speak to this, but I feel very passionate about it. So I urge approval of the motion.
Michael, your hand was really sweaty. All right, any further discussion?
Brother Mask, Phil Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber International University, call for the question.
All right. We'll make sure any undergrads, if anybody else wants to speak. Call for the question has been called. All those for call for the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Now, on the main motion to approve a credit of the spring 2023 $765 education pool assessment onto the fall 2023 billing. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Nay. Ayes have it. Next. Division of the House. You call it, Mr. Hayes?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hayes calls division of the House. All right, Logan, let's load up the clickers. Or should we do a roll call vote where everybody has to stand?
No, we don't need to. We don't need to. Let him know we got that other thing coming. Just do the vote.
Everybody, might be a different vote if everybody has to stand, now wouldn't it?
Yeah, but we know how many people are going to vote on the motion, so.
We know how many is gonna vote on the motion.
Yep. It's ready, like I said.
All right, motion is ready to credit fall 2023-765 bill from the spring paid 2023-765. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. Is everybody voting? Everyone voted. Clerk will lock the machine and record the vote. I can't see it. Motion passes. Thank you. All right, gentlemen, I'd like to ask everybody to please be seated. We have a very important announcement. I'm going to ask President-elect McCrum to please come forward. Thank you, Mike.
Michael McCrum, Gamma Psi, Texas State University. My brothers, I have a message to convey to you, but first let me give you a little preface about it. I want to talk about our brother, Jeremy DeMaio. Jeremy's left the room, he's not here, but I want to
There's some information circulating about him. I had extensive discussions with him in the past hour. We've looked at different things together and talked about different things and talked about his heart. I can assure you 100% that he loves this fraternity with all his heart and will continue to do so. And he's committed to me that he wants to continue serving this fraternity just as he has served it in the past. And I believe it. For you that don't know Jeremy DeMille, please get to know him. He's a good man, and he is deserving of our love continually. He has asked me, because of some personal issues, to convey and to urge a motion to the floor that the body reconsider the vote for him for national counselor. He's effectively withdrawing his candidacy, his election, and is asking the body to proceed forward. He asked me to convey to the body his apologies, his heartfelt apologies for any inconvenience or angst that this may have caused. But that is the motion I put onto the floor, Mr. Chairman, and ask that the body consider it. It's a reconsideration of the vote for national counselor as a result of Mr. DeMille withdrawing his election, his status as a counselor-elect.
Okay. Let me just try to get this proffered so we can do it as simply as we can. Are you going to second, John? Hold on before you second. Let me throw this out there. I'm just thinking through it. I mean, throughout these proceedings, I've tried to be fair above anything. So do we need to reconsider before we move to what I'm moving to?
Would be a motion to rescind the election results, and then John will second.
Be a motion to rescind the election results. John, will you second?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
A motion to rescind the vote of Jeremy DeMille as counselor.
John Hayes, Old Meeting, Umatah, second, regretfully.
All those for, please signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Now, next, in the interest of fairness, and we can do this a couple of ways, that was a runoff between he and Scott Brown. I think the only logical thing to do in the interest of fairness is to accept the nomination of Scott Brown to the National Council. And I would entertain a motion to do so. We could certainly discuss it.
John Hayes, Old Dominion, Umatah. I move for approval of Scott Brown as National Council by acclamation.
John Mounts, Omicron chapter, Penn State, I second.
Is that position correctly? Yes. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those for the motion to accept Scott Brown by acclamation to the National Council, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Scott, congratulations. Thank you, Scott, for letting us skip the speech unless you want to. He's from the 5 B's of speech making. Be brief, brother, be brief. All right, gentlemen, we're not going to make it. We had some other things to dispose of. Is there anything critical that we dispose of? Brother Crane.
I don't think I'm going to have a lot of trouble with the floor supporting this. I just hope we still have quorum. I think we've developed, Bill Crane, Bethesda Chapter, University of Georgia. We've come to easy conclusion that as it relates to financial management and execution, we've got some challenges. So though I greatly appreciate the work of the CAPA committee and the work that Stephen Nelson has done already on behalf of Old Main Holdings, an audit of these programs and other finances and where monies are and are not spent, looking backward, because we have to have that information and make decisions going forward, has not been completed other than our annual tax audit. So with several signatures, which I'll hand over to the back table as soon as I read this out, we move that a full and complete financial forensic audit being conducted during the remainder of 2023 on the past 3 years of finances for the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity, Phi Kappa Tau Foundation, chapter educational grant funds, liability insurance reserves, Old Main holdings, and the maintenance expenses operations of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity headquarters. Though this work may be competitively bid, we would suggest seeking this resource pro bono from an interested party in Phi Kappa Tau alumnus with the required credentials, licensure, and degrees, as well as full accreditations within the state of Ohio. Their final reports would be issued no later than spring 2024, made available to every resident council, graduate council, board of governors, and local alumni volunteers, as well as those managing chapter educational grant funds and chapter housing corporations, many of whom have been seeking information on Old Main Holdings vanishing finances for multiple conventions and years. And I realize they all have to come up and independently second, but some of these people have left the room, but I've got signatures by Kevin Prather, who left the room, Rick Keltner, former national president, Mike Davila, former national president, Greg Huntland, former national president, I can't read, former national president Steve Brothers, and Dominic De Leon. I may have gotten that incorrect. Alpha Nu, Wright State University.
Dominic, good look. All right. Bro?
JJ Lewis, Gamma Lambda, Central Michigan University. I second that motion.
Thank you. Been motion and seconded. Any further discussion? Brother Hayes. Brother Hayes, you and Bill Crane are tied. 21 appearances.
Perfect. We'll keep it running. Discussion point. Forensic audit, great. Selecting somebody, probably not a great idea. However, what we continue to do as an organization is select people based off of brotherhood or whatever it is. If we're going to do a forensics audit of our books and accounting and do all this correctly, it should be an independent organization, not associated with our brotherhood. That's what needs to be done. As long as the person's not a brother, let us send out the 3 bids, let us figure it out. I agree with the basis of the motion. I believe we should have a forensic audit. I'm happy to have that conducted. It needs to be done by a completely independent organization.
Would you amend that motion?
I'll agree to be a friendly amendment.
Independent organization.
Just cost us more. I'm good with that.
It's all right. Motion was amended for an independent organization to do the audit. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second.
All right.
We're tied.
Thank you. All right. Glad to see y'all in agreement. All right. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Well, we had some discussion. You want some more, Mike? Go ahead.
Michael French, Beta Mu, Kent State. First and foremost, I assure this body that we have conducted our audits with our current auditor, Kirsch, for the fraternity. We have further engaged with an independent third party to review those audits that we're able to provide outside counsel, independent counsel. This has already happened. The last point, or another point that I want to make is, once again, we have not done so for Old Main Holdings. If we provide a mandate for a forensic audit, that we then must also provide the funding for such. The work that we've been doing on the budget committee between Brother Loomis and our CEO, if you make this mandate and you approve this mandate, then it must also have funding to do so. Forensic audits do not come cheap. Thank you.
Brother Crane.
Bill Crane, Beta Z Chapter, University of Georgia. Michael, again, I appreciate the work of the Kappa Committee. I asked 3 questions 2 days ago. Where did the $600,000 come from? What was the process of determining Kappa was eligible for that much funding for the Kappa loans? And did it qualify for the educational component of the housing, library, or component. One of those 3 questions in 2 days have been answered. I suspect you have more than 2 questions about these and other finances. So again, I'll help raise the $40,000 or $50,000 the audit will cost, but I believe this will be money well spent, and part of what a full forensic audit does is brings forward recommendations from those who know the industry of how you put procedures and policies in place so you don't have education money going to fund chapter salaries, going to fund housing loans, going to fund, you can't mix and match. It shouldn't be a shell game, which is what our finances have devolved into. Thank you.
All right.
My
Back
friend,
to the friends to respond, I'll come to you, Steve.
Dana Mew, Kent State. We have conducted an audit of our accounting policies and procedures. The National Council has already completed that from an independent third party. The results of those are incorporated in our direction to the CEO, and we continue to do so and implement these things. We have already conducted this third-party audit. It is not a forensic audit. It has been, and I have been running point on this, it has been an auditing of our policies and procedures, of which we have looked at such things, and some of the recommendations were included in the capital report, which included a reorganization of Old Main Holdings, adoption of proper accounting policies and procedures, which Matt is already working on. They are not yet there. And they have reviewed our audits for the past 3 years. This is work that has already been completed by our National Council because we felt it was imperative that this body had the full faith that the books are where they need to be. As I stated yesterday, we aim to provide you the assurances that your money, that we are good stewards of your money. I don't know what else to say. I'm still floored that we're adopting this. So
Thank you, Mr. Friend. And just prerogative of the chair, we're here at this late hour because of poor process. This capital report should have been published a week or 2 ago. As such, it's been published very limited fashion. We probably should have had copies of it and copies of the Old Main Holdings report. But we dribble it out. I'm telling you, the lack of transparency and the contrivedness is why we're still sitting here at this late hour. And I think we deserve better. Mr. Nelson.
For the mask, Steve Nelson, Epsilon Chapter, University of Southern Mississippi. Point of order concerning a clarification of the motion that's on the floor. The first motion that was issued by Brother Crane said an audit. The next attachment to that by Brother Hayes said forensic audit. That's 2 totally different avenues and 2 totally different.
Okay, I didn't hear that. I just, maybe he said that. That is not what I heard. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Crane, can you clarify?
And Mr. Hayes' friendly amendment to use an independent organization and conduct a forensic audit. I accepted those friendly amendments.
To do forensic audit, independent firm. Okay, you heard correctly, Mr. Nelson. You heard correctly. Okay. Forensic audit. All right. Brother Chair, any further discussion? I'm going to an email, Mr. Siegel.
Scott Siegel, Alpha Tau Chapter, Cornell University. If we're deciding to go forward with an audit of fraternity finances, using partially undergraduate money in addition to all other funds which we have in our coffers, what could be the end result besides that report? Because I know that we're already in the process of having a matrix for what money can and cannot be approved by different levels of staff. We have the reports from CAPA and from the Old Main Committee, and we're in the process of doing all of that and figuring out our finances currently. So if we do an audit, and hopefully someone with experience in this field, whether it be Brother French or Brother Crane can shed light on this, what would be that next step that we're not already working towards that would help make us a better, faster organization?
Okay,
And Brother Crane, make it good. I'm gonna give Brother Fritz the final word.
Bill Crane, Beta Z Chapter, University of Georgia, and we need to move on to the next subject. I think we know how the floor is going to vote, but an audit or a forensic audit would give you very prescriptively how these we had as an example, we already know, and I'm spilling some beans that I'm privy to that have also not been disclosed, but there were bank statements going to personal addresses of former employees of this organization that were fraternity funds. So you put in place firewalls that prevent these things from happening in the future. You prevent, and Victor Hudy, who's one of the candidates for National Council, could share an earlier instance in an earlier time in the fraternity where insurance reserves were used to fund multiple things because we didn't used to have spring and fall billings allowing for better cash flow. So changes in management procedures, such as billing twice a year versus all the billing in the fall, can be made that increase cash flow, that improve the ability to pay bills, that negate the ability or need to borrow money. So it is money well spent. And I'll friendly amend my own motion. I will commit to raising the dollars independent of undergraduate fees to cover the expenses of the forensic audit or audit. And I'll leave it in the hands of the executive director, CEO, to come back and tell us what we already have done and completed. He was just indicating to me that the fraternity's finances, which is one sole entity, have been fully audited, but that doesn't account for Old Main Holdings, the CEGs, the foundation, and some other ancillary funds like the insurance reserves. So we can take that information that's already been completed and hand it to the second auditor. It's a starting point. But I'll raise the money to cover the expense if you pass the motion dealing with his concern. Thank you.
Do we have a second on the friendly amendment? Mr. Tobey.
Just a quick question. Shouldn't this be referred to the Delegate Request Committee?
You mean kill it? Because they're not meeting. All right. Is there a second? Gentleman from Auburn.
Brother President, Lanny Carruthers, Alphalanda Chapter, Auburn University. I second Brother Crane's motion.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Motion's passed. You ready? All right, gentlemen, we're here. We have some announcements, some procedural announcements. Brother Nelson, do you have any more business?
Since we're in the Steve Nelson, Beta Epsilon Chapter, University of Southern Mississippi, since we're in the business of cleaning up everything, I came to the microphone, but Brother Crane, in their motion, their friendly amendment, beat me. I was trying to address the previous motion about our national counselor vote, and the motion that was presented at this microphone, which I agree with as far as our nominee, but it said to be selected by unanimous vote.
I said acclamation, not unanimous or anonymous. Acclamation, I don't remember unanimous. It's acclamation.
Acclamation?
Yeah.
Okay.
You remember that, brother, we used to have the meetings? Did you find that makes it unanimous?
Did you see the vote to be by acclamation?
Say it again?
Was the vote by acclamation?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Yeah. I know. One resolution, we gotta go, and then Chad, we're gonna have a couple of resolutions while we're eating at the banquet, correct?
Correct.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. Chad Warwick, Alpha Phi University of Akron. We have one last resolution to establish a select committee to conduct a comprehensive review of the Constitution and statutes of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity and to present a report thereon to the 66th National Convention in 2025. Be it resolved by the Brothers of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity and convention assembled, whereas the National Constitution was last completely revised under the supervision of the Grand Council and was subsequently presented, considered, and adopted by the 26th National Convention at State College, Pennsylvania in August of 1936, nearly 9 decades ago. And whereas each national convention in recent years, including the 65th National Convention, has devoted considerable time to the consideration of amendments to the Constitution and statutes, many of which are offered with good intentions, but presented with a holistic consideration of how they may interact with these primary governing documents. And whereas numerous elements of the Constitution and statutes, due in part to the adoption of some such impromptu changes, and in part to disorderly revisions or maintenance of the same, no longer align with other elements of the Constitution and statutes. And whereas the Phi Kappa fraternity has previously and with considerable success established select committees to examine such topics as the centennial, several strategic plans, and strategic futures, among other important subjects, demonstrating the value and efficacy of such committees, now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Phi Kappa fraternity and National Convention assembled, direct the National Council to establish a committee to conduct comprehensive review of the Constitution and statutes of the Phi Kappa Tau, and be it further resolved that the select committee be comprised of the members of the Phi Kappa Tau fraternity with substantial experience in governance, legislative or legal drafting, and strategic planning, and be it further resolved the select committee provide quarterly updates on its progress to the National Council and an interim report with all recommended revisions to the Constitution and statutes provided in red line format no later than summer 2024 meeting of the National Council, and be it further resolved that the National Council adopt a further or final version of the revised Constitution and statutes no later than December 31st, 2024, and that this comprehensive revision of both documents be published and disseminated widely, allowing all members of the fraternity at least 90 days for review prior to the convening of the 66th National Convention.
Thank you. That was sort of short, but it was good. Right. Non-binding, but a very nice directive resolution. Any comment? Say hearing none, all those for signify by, are you commenting on it?
I like what you're doing, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All those for, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. For what purpose does this gentleman rise?
David Lipinski, Penn State Omicron chapter. My purpose is to inform people for ritual. Whenever we recess this meeting, those who are actually performing a ritual, please immediately meet me over in the room that we had lunch yesterday. The room's ready to set up. It won't take us long to get ready to go. For those who are going to come into the ritual, you will have to do a handshake at the doors over here. We'll start taking people in 25 minutes rather than trying to start it there. So we'll be opening it up for people to come in about.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. For what purpose does gentleman rise?
Announcement. If we're not voting on anything else, but Sasha Konevsky, excellent captain of Rutgers University, please leave your clickers at the table so that we can collect them. Please leave your clickers at the table. Thank you.
Now, if you have a red clicker, that works on the Wheel of Fortune slots machine downstairs. Do we have any other announcements? Mr. Absher from Oklahoma State.
Jaden Absher, Beta Kappa, Oklahoma State. I have a motion to make. I motion for quarterly reports since the chapter presidents on how the situation regarding the $1,039,000 in loans is being handled. This includes updates on how the outstanding loans are being repaid to Old Main, confirmations from both Old Main and the National Council that all new loans are being properly carried out for legitimate reasons, and that previous loans have been fully investigated and justified, and have the $765.
Jaden, I am so sorry. I love your motion, but it's out of order for past division. But thank you so much. I assure you, Steve Nelson is on top of Old Main Holdings, and we're going to get those reports. Mr. Ford, do you have anything, Jermaine, or Janet, or Latoya, or Tito? All right, Mr. Siegel has the proper motion, and then I'll ask you all to stand for the closing quick ceremony.
Scott Siegel, Alpha Tau chapter, Cornell University, motion to adjourn.
For a second. Thank you, Brother Ford.
Phil Ford, Delta Sigma chapter, Weber College. Second.
All those for an adjournment, and then I'm going to ask you to stand. Please signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Please stand.
It's recess. It's a recess. Say recess. You don't.
don't get in the gathering, we don't pass everybody in.
All right. Mr. Siegel, will you make a motion for a recess, because technically we don't do it to the banquet, which nobody really told me. I haven't been told a lot of things on the process, but I'm doing the best that I can, flying by the seat of the pants. Mr. Siegel.
Scott Siegel, Alpha Tau Chapter, Cornell University, motion to recess.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Phil Ford, Delta Sigma Chapter, Weber College, second.
All those for recess till tonight, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Gentlemen, please stand. I now declare this meeting of the 65th chapter of Phi Kappa Tau recessed.